Hello, how y'all doing? Welcome to Checkpoint Squid World. I've lost myself already.
Matt warned you not to do that. Also, I thought we were going to come in like a ha ha ha, what a great fishing trip, guys. I had so much fun today. Oh wow.
God.
I'm looking forward to some nice
I'm breaking the immersion already.
nice campfire stories with you all.
Oh god, Matt. Hi.
What have I done? Do I need to
His shoulder's
calibrate?
dislocated. Oh my god.
He's dead.
Can't work with these amateurs, yeah. They didn't even want to stand up, so.
Hello, Rat Chat. Yeah,
Hello,
no, I
Rat
didn't
Chat.
want to stand up. Ray was like, do you want to start off camera? And I was like, no.
Yes, so we're stranded. Stranded here.
In the forest. Again.
And
it keeps
again.
happening.
Why does it keep happening to us?
I think the truth of the matter is we never solved it the first time, did we?
Nah.
I don't think we ever left.
Nah. Yeah, they won't let us leave.
I shit in a hole.
We all poo-poo in the hole.
This is your life now.
A single hole, all of us.
Pee in the corner.
Pee in the corner.
This is gross.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's just go through the rats we have right now.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. FBI.
We got our little Galbino. Oh, and Ignis Lee, Vondergeist, Hilary. I can never pronounce your name. I'm very sorry. It's embarrassing.
Hilary.
You've been here for Hilary.
Yes. Who are you?
No, it's weird. I hear the name. I'm like, oh, I know the person. And then when I read it, it's like a different process in my mind. I don't know. And Kojiro. Hey, Chris. How you doing?
Hello.
I'm back. Hilary, I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
Oh my god, Dale is talking in my head.
A normal Friday.
Oh! We gotta follow.
Hey! Welcome.
Hey.
Hello, player. Welcome in. How you going?
Hey.
Welcome in.
Welcome.
Hello, y'all. We got Bellin. Hello, Goblino. How are you going? I'm looking at all the rats right now. Some of them have crowns, our little subscribers. Welcome in.
I don't know if that feature works properly.
I think it looks legit at the moment.
Okay.
Looks legit.
I'm very broken at the moment.
Oh god, I won't look.
No, it's okay.
Oh, Zan's also really broken.
Oh no! I need to hang on.
Let me fix this. What are y'all saying?
Should we like tag this body horror? Body horror.
Let me fix the camera. Hold on. There we go.
We've been making some changes to the project for another bit of a stream worth planning, but it breaks everything.
Yeah, it does break everything, but it's still good. It's still good.
Yeah, we're still doing alright.
Still good.
We still have ! Join, as you guys know, to become rats. We have your little text messages popping up, and we also have our redemption back again. So you should see a little trick or treat redemption up there in chat. And I can adjust how much that kind of hello.
Oh god, it's really cheap at the moment, isn't it? We gotta change that.
It's like 1.
It's 1. Get your points in now, people. It won't last for long.
Oh my god, they're gonna fill it up. Let me sit down.
A little treaty.
We can't adjust our spines.
I haven't forgotten you, I'm sorry.
It's one of the things that has
Our spines are adjusting us today.
Yep.
We need some chiropractics.
Yes.
Matt, it's gonna fill up already.
I know. Hang on. I'm trying to fix it now.
Oh my god, they're squeaking. What the bee movie script again?
Okay, real, just checkpoint meeting. Do we want to increase the price? Yeah, we do, right?
Maybe yeah. Maybe yeah.
We'll do it. Let's.
Like 50? That's a bit more than one. But
Yeah.
still cheap. Need cheese?
Oh god, it's coming. Hang on. The arrow came at once. I'm sorry. Hang on, I gotta shut up.
What is going to happen? I don't even know. What are you gonna?
No, nothing's gonna happen. I'm just getting on the messages all at once. How do I change it?
Why is your body so twisted?
I don't know,
Me?
man. I messed up. Me or Matt?
50.
You, Ray.
Matt's shaking it. Look at him. We haven't introduced ourselves either. For those who don't know.
What the fuck?
And did these sound alerts? Jesus Christ. Cheese and crackers.
Cheese and
RTD.
we have to hide the body.
We have to hide the bodies, Grummet. Oh no, it's so close.
No cheese and crackers in prison gone.
Let me relearn these camera angles as well. So
Okay.
we've got
Hey,
this really close. I don't know what the fuck that is. No, not again!
now.
This is a bad angle. Ah.
Oh.
Why is it always on? Why is it always on me when it happens? What the fuck?
I
Well,
like it.
We're gonna eat them.
I
We're
ate
like
it.
cats gonna eat the rats.
Nom, 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 nom,
Yum 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 yum.
nom.
Yum, yum,
What
yum.
if they do that like
Sound.
I don't think this is
Oh,
timed
God.
either. I think we just have to change our clothes back manually.
I can't.
I think Matt makes a nice little cat boy maid.
Put your
Mate?
knees together. They can't go together.
They refuse. Our maidification.
Maidification.
Sorry, if that pops up, it's just like the little overlay that I need to use sometimes. Yeah, my name's Ray. Next to me is Matt.
Hi, I'm Matt.
And there's Zan over there.
Hi.
Oh my god, that was so scary. Jesus. Okay. How long should we stay mates?
I'm gonna go back. I'm
Yeah, we
feeling a
have to
bit cold.
manually change back. Yeah, we're
I think you
getting-
do. Yeah.
Yeah, the ground is wet. I imagine the ground's really moist. We're wearing socks.
Why does that look so wrong?
I know. Let's sweep something.
Better.
Where's my feather duster?
I have no feet.
Yep.
Whoa, that seems perverse. I don't know why.
I did.
Like, I mean, there's no clothes, but
Short shorts.
yeah.
Can I wear the
Getting a
suit?
band.
Looks a bit on me. Gotta get rid of the cat ears. Oh. Oh god.
For free as well. For free.
Hmm.
How many hats?
I hope none of them
Nice.
break the game.
I just lost my torso for a second there.
Risk is never zero that a hat will break the game.
I have to wear the same clothes as Matt because my body is broken.
I think you can see through my body right now.
And you. Why?
Oh, no, it's the jeans. It's the jeans. It's the jeans. I was wearing different pants before. There we go. Okay.
Like, no.
Ew.
Wait, no.
Get away from me.
Ewy.
Ew. But yeah, welcome in. Today, we are going to be talking about,
Vibes are not horny. Gotta stomp the rat.
y'all need to stop before we have to stomp ya again because you died somehow, I guess.
That's true.
Umbra dresses exactly like me, and it dresses me out. Aren't these Matt's clothes?
And my clothes.
You dress like Matt.
Real lives clothes.
Honestly, I'm wearing. Oh no, I'm wearing a denim jacket, but that's about it.
Hello, Morgan. Welcome
Nothing
in.
else.
Can we clip through each other? I don't know. Can we?
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, we walk
Can.
through each other all the time. Remember, you walk through each other's face.
Oh yeah, we
Oh,
do.
wait,
And we see eyeballs.
See eyeballs and teeth.
Oh yeah.
eyeballs and teeth.
Oh god, I keep doing that
It's-
one. That's
it's a-
not a good one.
Not the-
What is
I think
this?
you can probably scroll out on the bad one. It should fix it. I'm not going out on dates.
Not going on dates. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
That's
there you
better,
go.
I guess.
There we go. Rat chat. Rat chat's there as well.
Rat chat is there.
Cat.
Hello, like K as well. My gosh, I don't know if I missed anyone, but yeah, welcome! Exclamation mark join to join the rat chat, and you can appear. Your messages can appear on screen. There we go, the rat. Yes. Cool. So yeah, we're talking about conspiracy theories today, and I guess mysteries in regards to kind of stuff. Anne was supposed to be joining us tonight, but her internet completely pooped itself. So we will probably be doing another conspiracy theory / alien type stream in the future as well soon. But yes, hi Anne, if you're in chat, I hope you're okay. So yeah, we're gonna be taking turns doing that. Me and Zen have prepared some stuff, but also if we want to go look at some other things, if you want to look at anything, Matt, we can watch some videos, or feel free to chime in, and we'll go on with it. Also, bear with me because I'm using I'm doing the slides as well as this at the moment, but yeah.
If it gets to yours, we can swap controls if you want. But
Oh,
it's up
that
to
might
you.
be good if it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going second. And was taken by the tall man. These are aliens.
By the tall man.
Look at all these facts that I'm learning from the rats.
Rat facts.
Anne's in the back of the camper van. There goes 9.
Checking.
Checking for Anne.
And
She's
you
alright.
okay back there?
She's fine.
He says hello.
Anne says hi. That's a rat fact. Your rat pack. I love that.
That's a rat fact.
The Anne says hello. Alright. Cool. Should we get started? Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, Zen will be going first. What's the button to move the slide across again? This. Okay. Quick warning. The contents of this stream will involve topics of conspiracies, including, but not limited to, aliens, time altercations, and missing people. We understand this isn't for everyone, so if y'all ever need a break during this stream or get too weirded out, that is okay. We understand. Thank you for the support though, and thanks for hanging out with us. So we've done a little bit of research, but also we have our own thoughts and opinions as well, but nothing too like hectic, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm excited. I was doing this on my lunch break today.
Yeah, I also did not do any work today except for Weird World work.
Weird World work trumps regular work.
That's really fucked
I'll
up.
tell you why your license is
Oh,
taking
Dale's
so
playing.
long. The U.S. Postal Service is bogged down in the most elaborate psyops campaign
I'll
in
just
history.
mention,
First,
ignore the
they
spines.
fatten
We
us up
know
with all
everybody's
those
getting a bit
2-for-1
funky.
pizza coupons. Then, when we're too logy to put up a fight,
twisting
they
shoulders,
sell
I mean.
us
I'm
off
gonna
to
shut
the
up.
Red
Alright, cool.
Cross.
Let's
Gonna
keep
It
get
going.
removes our
twisty.
kidneys, which go
I'm
back
gonna
on
wait
the
till Dale
pizzas
finishes.
to start the process
Wait.
all
Oh,
over
we
again.
gotta.
Still
Sound
Dale.
alert.
going.
Sound alert for Dale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, just relearn these roles. And sick. Alright, let's move on. Conspiracies with CPG.
I'd kiss an
boy.
alien.
You'd kiss an alien?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm responding to chat.
Oh, I thought you were saying that.
Oh, yeah,
Oh no,
right,
I would.
okay,
No,
Kat.
I am. I'm.
But
I would
you're
kiss-
gonna kiss an alien?
Depending on what kind of alien it is. If it's like stereotypical aliens, I probably wouldn't.
Like Alien versus Predator alien?
Yeah.
I agree.
What if they're
Would you
just
kiss the alien from Aliens on the mouth? You'd burn your mouth off.
what about the little mouth?
Ew. That's gross, sir. That's
That-
the
that's,
little
that's,
little.
What was I gonna say? Sorry.
Oh god.
No.
No. Yeah, I know you guys like that stuff. I know. I know. Alright. First theory
Fucking hell.
is Zans.
Alright. Alright, rats. Listen up.
Alright, alright, rats. Time to listen.
I can't see the slides, so I'm just gonna have to fucking roll with it. I'm gonna be talking about
They're like a giant on my screen, so if you just look over to your right, you should see.
Yeah, but it twists my body in a horrible way. We
If you want to, you can get them up on your screen if you want. I'm sorry. Yeah.
We are going to be talking about the Grand Canyon's Lost City.
Sorry.
Hooray!
There we go.
You can go to the next slide now, Ray.
Yeah,
So,
boy. Oh god.
it's a video. It's a video.
Why is there TikTokers on my screen?
Losing it. Okay, so there's this theory going around in TikTok that I think is like perfectly summed up by this these people here. And I think they perfectly sum it up because I think they fucking made it up, or someone did, and everyone's just circulating the same shit. So if you'd hit play, Ray, I think the video is pretty.
Does it start from this part?
Yes, I hope. Yeah.
Okay. I'll do
Okay, so I just saw this on TikTok.
Okay.
Did you ever hear about the Grand Canyon theory?
Never, no.
So
That somebody jumped it?
Jumped it? What are you talking about?
Then jumped the whole
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
watch along.
Alright, so check this out. So the Grand Canyon,
Okay.
one of the world's wonders. There's a theory that the Grand Canyon holds something that none of us knew was there. So back in the 1850s, right?
Yeah.
The Grand Canyon was used to mine gold.
Okay.
Did you know that? Now, the Grand Canyon, when people started mining it, the gold index crashed because they found so much gold there.
Okay.
Now, what happened was the government and the military, they closed it off and they made it a sanctuary so that nobody can just go there and then take whatever they want. But there was this one guy, his name was Seth Tanner,
Okay.
and he was an explorer. He explored this one cave in the Grand Canyon, and he claims what he saw was ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics in one of the caves.
Oh, what did it say?
Now, the theory is that the Grand Canyon, it actually holds the lost city of El Dorado.
What?
Like,
The
you know,
whole
the
city?
lost gold city of El Dorado.
Yeah, the whole city.
The
fam.
whole city. So if you think about it, it's never found. That ancient tale that all of the natives talk about,
Yeah.
the lost city, the gold city, is never found. Now, the theory is that it's literally in the Grand Canyon, deep in these caves. And the reason the government and the world is trying to keep it a secret is because it would crash the gold price. Like, gold would be useless if they find that much gold. Because think about it, it's supply and demand, right?
Yeah.
If they find a huge abundance of gold, nobody's going to care about it.
Do you think there's still people living there right now, still protecting
Still living
it?
there? I don't think-
protecting the gold.
Who knows? Who knows? Because who knows if it's, like, livable?
Yeah.
Wow, my eye. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh god.
Oh, we are. Yeah. Okay.
Why did that? What happened?
They did the thing.
They triggered
Why do
did the
us.
they
thing.
always look so scary?
I looked
Your bodies are
horrific.
twisting like out of proportion. It's like
Wacky face mode is actually the worst. It's upsetting. I think for my model exactly, especially. Yeah. Okay.
I can't remember how long this lasts as well.
this is fucked up.
I think I'm normal now.
I don't think you are.
It only affects, it affects Ray's
I'm
computer.
normal.
Your pupils are so scary.
Normal.
I just read the word pegged. That.
No currency is pegged to gold, Ray. It's a completely different context.
We're just normal men.
We're just normal men.
We're just innocent men.
We're just innocent men. I don't know where this comes from yet.
So, I didn't know El Dorado wasn't a real place.
Did you think it was a real place?
I thought it was a real place.
Well, it's not.
It's not. Okay.
El Dorado.
El Dorado.
Canyonero.
Yep. Canyonero.
So So that's the theory.
We're back.
That's the theory. The theory is that there's a lost city of gold in the Grand Canyon. I just have honestly, like, in my little bit of research, I could only find.
What is spinning? Ooh, we got another rat.
That's me.
Oh,
it's
hello, Matt Rat.
Matt Rat. I could only find like any kind of mention of the El Dorado theory on TikTok. So I think it's one of those ones that has spread exclusively through that social media platform.
Tic-tac.
So even looking into like Seth Tanner, if you hit the next slide, right?
Mhm.
Who's this lovely old-timey gentleman here.
Sorry, I have to.
Oh no, not them again.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
No, they're fine. They're nice. They seem sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just
So
saw this on
even Seth
TikTok.
Tanner,
One
who
second,
was-
one second. Sorry. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got it.
And
did
next
it.
one for me, if that's all right. But even Seth Tanner, who was, by all accounts, an actual human being, wasn't someone who discovered anything necessarily. So he was a miner, but as far as information would lead you to believe, like readily accessible information, there wasn't actually that much of a gold rush that was happening in the Grand Canyon. So there was a little bit of a rush, 1892 to 1901. And Seth Tanner was a experienced kind of Mormon miner during that time. What's worth noting, though, is there are a lot of minerals in the Grand Canyon, the most abundant being actually copper and uranium. So, yeah, I think like the idea that there was gold, unless it's like so deep a cover up, like that, you know, even the gold rush is being suppressed. Like, it's just, I think it's one of those fun TikTok kind of like stories that just got made up. So so Seth Tanner he was a notable kind of member of the mining community, and he had a lot of links with the indigenous tribes in the area. Like, he was a bit of a diplomat between the two groups, but that's about it. That's as notable as it got for dear old Seth Tanner. So I think in this particular instance, they're kind of confusing like two stories or two kind of events that's like happened. So they've taken like the gold rush component of the Grand Canyon kind of history, and they've combined it with another thing that kind of actually happened. So if you want to switch to the next slide, Ray.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about the Phoenix Gazette and Kincaid's Cave. So this all came about, if you want to go to the next slide, Ray.
Sorry.
That's all right. This all came about with two articles published by a newspaper called the Arizona Gazette. The first of the articles, which you can see on the left. Sorry, I'm looking over at Ray's screen.
Real quick, Ray.
Yeah.
You should have two center cameras. One should be the wide, and then one should be the actual
Yeah,
screen camera.
one is a bit broken. So there's me, there's you, there's Zan, there's that one, and then that one. There we go. Okay. This one?
Okay, yeah, use one of them. Just zoom out on one of them and use that for chat, and then zoom in on the other one and use that for screen.
This one can be chat.
Oh, maybe the other way around. Zoom that one in. Sorry.
Yeah, let me just
that's
recenter
good.
that, actually. That one. No.
Ooh.
Down. That'll
Yeah.
do, I guess.
Yeah, that'll do.
That'll
Pretty
do.
good.
That'll do.
Oh, God.
And then the other one should be a chat cam. I don't know if it matches the icons I've given you. I'm sorry. I think I may have messed it up.
That's okay. It's gone a bit it's a bit wild. This stuff.
I in and out the kinks. Chat. I'm sorry.
Again. That's okay, I guess. Is that alright? Like that?
Looks good on my side, yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
cool. And then this one is gonna be used to see you guys.
See the rats.
Yeah.
The rat pack.
The rat pack.
How's
Probably
that?
Except for
even
Morgan, who's really,
tilt it
really
down a
far
little
away.
bit.
No.
Oh, Morgan.
Why?
There
It's
you
so
go.
far away.
That's good.
That's good.
Oh
yeah.
my. If you wanna, you can hit leave and join again if you want. So you can do this.
Exclamation mark leave?
Leave,
Wait,
yeah.
did my guy leave? He did.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Now
there
Matt's
you go.
near
And
Matt.
Now Matt's
it'll
the
randomly
Matt.
pick a spot. So if you're not happy with your position, you can randomize it. All right, sorry about that. That was a bit of a detour.
That's alright.
Um,
All right. So yeah, this all came about with two articles published in a newspaper called the Arizona Gazette. So the first one which is on the left was published on March 12th of 1909, and as you can see, it was titled "G.E. Kincaid reaches Yuma," and essentially claimed that an explorer was charting the Green River, which is, I guess, like a subsection of the Colorado River that runs through the Grand Canyon. And he was the first of only two people to kind of do so. So it kind of mentions that during his trip, he found several archaeological interests and enjoyed this journey so thoroughly that he intended to do it again with more company in the winter. So it's a really sort of strange little article. You can kind of see that like it doesn't say who wrote it either. It's just sort of in this paper. But the story was that there was an explorer named G.E. Kincaid who set off down the Colorado River. Some say he was wanting to make the most of the canyon's rich mineral deposits before mining was outlawed and the area was declared to be a national park by Congress. So although the national park law wasn't actually passed until 1919, President Theodore Roosevelt actually made his intentions quite clear with wanting to protect the park and the canyon from like the mining and timber kind of companies and operations that were happening as early as 1908. So yeah, for this to be then published in 1909 kind of makes sense. Like it's, you know, a kind of last ditch kind of thing from an explorer slash archaeologist. I don't know. So he's sailing down the river. I think he's an explorer. There's that apparently worked for the Smithsonian Institute for about 30 years, but there's not really that much written down about this guy. There's no records beyond the articles published in the Gazette that he even existed. So obviously like only being referred to as G.E. Kincaid, like it does make it kind of hard to track
Sorry.
down. You're right.
Yeah.
It does kind of make it hard to track down like articles about this guy, or sorry, records about this guy. Like I think people have tried on ancestry.com and all that sort of stuff, but nothing kind of matches up to a G.E. Kincaid being in kind of Arizona at the time that he would have been. So it's it's a bit sort of all over the place.
Isn't that always the way?
Yeah.
They're like,
Was he
there's
a real
this guy, and they're like,
Who can say?
is he a guy?
He works,
Like-
yeah, but he works for the Smithsonian, maybe. Like I don't know. But the story goes that he's sailing down the river and he noticed a color change in the rock, which signifies that there was like something like a mineral deposit or an ore deposit, and he decided to sort of go after it. So he gets out of his little boat, and instead of finding a vein of ore, he apparently found some man-made steps sort of leading up to a cave, and they were like carved into the rock. Yeah. You can probably go next slide, Ray. I think I just chucked pictures of canyons, honestly. I don't...
Canyonero.
Canyonero. Canyonero. So what he found in the cave was described by the Arizona Gazette only 1 month after the first article was published. So in the first article they mentioned he was coming back to do the journey again in winter, but a month later, apparently, he came to the Gazette and retold his stories of the things that he'd found. And they published another article on, oh, did I not write it down? It was April. It was like
Next
April.
slide thing.
No, I think it was like April 5th or something. So yeah, the next month. So it was described like the article was a very, very full on one. And it described that upon finding the cave, Kincaid noticed chisel marks in the entrance. And he just sort of like armed himself with a gun and went inside, a gun and a flashlight.
Oh my god, would you go
Truly
in?
an American.
Truly an
American.
American.
How American of him. So he describes the cave as a sprawling labyrinth with really long passageways and large chambers. So several hundred feet from the mouth of the cave, he apparently found a burial chamber, or some sort of crypt that had like a multitude of mummified corpses.
Oh
And
shit.
they were stacked in tiers as well, like they kind of went all the way up to the roof.
Wow.
So with these like bodies as well, he found they were all kind of wrapped in like paper bark, like from the trees, and then some were like preserved in mud as well, and they were found like with various like sword fragments and things like cups and vases and urns.
That's not like a Skyrim dungeon. Yeah.
Did you find a dragon priest?
Yeah.
And it was kind of presumed that this was perhaps like a warrior's barracks that they had discovered. But the article also describes that Kincaid, after kind of the initial visit, returned to the cave several times after a little while, also like implementing the help of the Smithsonian Institute, who ended up funding the multiple expeditions out there. So this resulted in them finding like various anomalous artifacts believed to be of a completely different origin to the area. So they were very, very different from the indigenous sort of
Yeah, this looks like Buddha.
Yeah,
Tibetan.
so this is a 3D render of something that they also think was found based off the descriptions that were published in the Gazette. So they found like various artifacts that they believe to be maybe like Egyptian or from Asia. On one particular visit to the cave, Kincaid the source for the 3D render, trust me, bro. Oh man, there's like as well. It's just so. This is such a minefield when it
I
comes
feel like
to.
that's the thing with conspiracy theories. Like I found that like the more that you looked into it, the more like it's like confusing it got, and also just like the more like it's like, oh god, like what you try and do is you try and, I guess, fact check with what you have, but there isn't any. Yeah. You know what I mean?
And someone will weigh in another opinion, and it all goes to hell.
Yeah.
So yeah, in one particular visit, Kincaid describes finding a chamber which he named the Shrine at the end of a cross hall. So the quote for that was, in which I found the idol or image of the people's god, sitting cross-legged with a lotus flower or lily in each hand. The cast of the face is, I guess, Southeast Asian. The idol almost resembles Buddha. This worship may resent the ancient people of Tibet.
May. I mean, it's. I'd be happy to just say yeah, it's Tibetan or
Yeah.
like Buddhist.
Looks
Buddhist.
very, from what described at least. Sounds
Maybe
very...
he's being a skeptic. Yeah.
Yeah.
About his own story.
But it's
I mean, I guess, yeah. This is like 3D render, right? So it might have
3D
looked...
yeah. Who knows what it actually looked like? He does describe sort of the material that it's all made out of. So there was like a lot of marble etchings around it. He goes into a lot more detail, like the cave is also like described in really incredible detail as well, from the size and shape of the rooms to the texture of the walls and the ceilings. He describes like various chambers and the artifacts found inside, theorizing the functionality of rooms and sort of assuming that what he found was one giant underground dwelling capable of housing what they estimated to be like 50,000 people. So it was that big, supposedly.
Isn't it also wild that like people did actually like, you know, like whether or not this is real or not, it's just like, you know, like the catacombs and stuff like that.
Oh,
People
yeah.
fucking just stacked people on top of people and like
Yeah.
People were digging like underground.
Mhm.
Like, but he found like rooms that he believes were being used for like cooking sort of places and dining places. And he found like, what else did they find? They found like tools that were made out of copper. So that's just kind of significant because it suggested that the Bronze Age actually might have started earlier than they initially thought, because it's like this ancient place. And yeah, that in itself, if true, would be really significant to our understanding of human evolution. But something also peculiar about the place as well, like in addition to the statue, was that there were apparently a number of inscriptions on the walls and on tablets and on vases, that were almost like hieroglyphic in nature, very, very similar to what they'd seen in Egypt, or what had been kind of established in Egypt. So the Astonishing Legends podcast is where I got a lot of this information. They read the article in full. It's very, very interesting to listen to, and just like to understand kind of how detailed it was as well. This whole article talking about this, like regardless of whether it's true. It's like it's still, you know, they put a lot of thought into this story if it's not. But it is, and it is interesting to listen to. So I can definitely like link that as well. If you all would like.
We can pop them in
But
the Discord later.
yeah, definitely as like a sources thing. But in the podcast, they also discuss the implications that this particular article, again, whether it's true or not, has on sort of the indigenous history of the area, because it drew some real bold conclusions around like what civilizations might have inhabited America first. But many of the tribes of the area, in the Arizona sort of Four Corners, like broader area, have a belief or some kind of belief system that there was another civilization before them. So
Oh wow.
sometimes human, sometimes humanoid. There's like mention of
Ugh,
like
that's what freaks me
lizard,
out.
lizard people. There's mentions of giants, depending on which sort of tribe you.
Kind of wild because giants get mentioned actually quite a bit,
Giants are
especially
really
Yeah.
Europe. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they also
As well.
are apparently like, I don't know, there's again part of the kind of conspiracy of this all is they think if there were giants in the Grand Canyon, obviously like the Smithsonian's covering it up. But yeah, the Hopi, which is the tribe in the kind of canyon area, they believe that the first people from the world emerged from the Grand Canyon. That's what they believe. Which is interesting because their ancestors, the Anasazi, actually, and if you flip to the next slide, Ray, I think, they actually lived in stone and rock dwellings, spanning across like the present four corner regions of the US, so the 4 states, which is really incredible. Actually, if you go back or forward, maybe forward one.
What? Is this? Oh, this was like the canyon talking about though. I'll just.
Yeah, I was just a bit of canyon chat.
It's a canyon.
Bit of canyon chat, and there should be like a house looking thing. Yeah, like. So this is
Dude.
actually in
sorry.
the Grand Canyon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Not exactly to do with what we're talking about. Not anything to do with Kincaid's Cave, but it's still like very, very interesting nonetheless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
There were civilizations in the Grand Canyon.
Mhm.
Yeah. So the Anasazi are like very ancient kind of native tribe as well, like very, very early on. And they lived in houses like this and like various sort of like closer to Mexico as well. Like there's full like houses dug out of the caves
That's
as well. It's
kind of
really
That's so
incredible.
cool.
Yeah. Because you think about like what kind of tools and stuff were around back then and what they were making and like that's such a huge, you know, achievement to be building your house like in the stone.
Mhm.
But so what is also really interesting about the Hopi and the indigenous legend kind of around the area as well, but particularly the Hopi, their tribe has a theory that the one of the kind of uh, pre people civilizations were actually these small, paled skin, large-eyed kind of
Oh
ant.
god.
Why?
Yeah,
Awesome.
and they were very insect-like.
The ants?
But every every kind of tribe in the area also have like a little bit of a variation of this same kind of idea.
That reminds me of like Wendigo type stuff.
Mm,
Yeah.
like when there's a very similar story, like with differences across
Aliens.
a lot of cultures. Yeah, well, that's what's really interesting. And so there's the belief that something really cataclysmic happened, and that at some stage in history, and that the Hopi were on the verge of being destroyed when a sky god appeared, and brought the Hopi to the ant people who brought them underground for protection. So that's in their kind of legend and belief system. But if we go back to the articles, we'll come back to a little bit of that later because it does kind of,
Hmm?
it is kind of a bit of a recurring theme. But nowadays the articles are widely accepted as a hoax. They're just, everyone says they're a hoax. The Smithsonian have gone on the record saying that no investigation into the Grand Canyon was ever done around that time, and that no person named G.E. Kincaid ever worked for or was contracted by them. So they've taken a very, very firm stance on that. But the question is that a cover up? So apparently in the Grand Canyon, I think you can go to the next slide, right? It's just another canyon picture for your
So
for your eyes.
pretty. I love it.
Beautiful. It's
You've
really
been
beautiful.
there, right?
I have. I've been inside the Grand Canyon. We landed in the middle and ate lunch there. We did a helicopter trip. I don't think you're actually allowed to go under the rim anymore.
That's
Is
so
what I
cool. I would love to do that. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
So apparently in the Grand Canyon there's over 1,000 man-made caves that have been man-made, being, you know, through various points of history, that have been discovered, but only 30 of them have actually been mapped. So of the 1,000, only 30 have been mapped.
Fuck, that's the
And
type of shit that makes me excited. I don't know why. It's just like, oh, there's still shit we don't know about this world. Like, you know?
but most of them have also been sealed off
Ooh, because there's gold. No.
because there's some,
There's gold.
some of them even with steel gates, which is really interesting. And the kind of the government's kind of explanation for that is to protect the local bat population, of course.
Oh,
Steel
interesting.
gates, yeah.
I'd put them up just to stop people going in there and like writing,
Well,
Matt was here,
yeah,
you know, shit like
oh,
that.
100%. And that's the thing as well. Like, I mean, it very well could be like a protective thing because who knows what other, even if they're not necessarily trying to like cover anything up, like who knows what other like ancient kind of like paintings and carvings
Yeah,
in those
Yeah.
places. Plus, also, can you imagine if any old person could just be like, all right, let's like bloody abseil down to a cave, like,
Mhm.
and the bloody get themselves in trouble, and you know, it's a very, very hectic, treacherous place. But it's actually very legally difficult to explore the Grand Canyon because,
Yeah.
like I said, you're no longer allowed to fly below the rim. A lot of the park is actually off limits. And the idea is floating around that the Smithsonian is actually actively working to suppress archaeological discoveries. But this isn't actually just unique to the Grand Canyon, but has happened in like numerous cases from Alaska to Mexico where something is found, whether it's like giant skeletons or iron coffins that are too early for
Giant
their
skeletons.
time. They're too early for their time and they've just been misplaced. A lot of them have just been misplaced.
Yes.
In regards to the coffins as well, they got misplaced for a number of years and then they're like, we found them, but they're in a warehouse full of asbestos, so no one can see them.
What the fuck?
Okay, thanks.
This is always like, that's the thing. Like, part of it I get being like, you know, safety precautions. Like, don't let people get fucked up or die or get lost in the cave somewhere that they haven't mapped. Like, you know, like cave diving and shit is a giant thing too. How do you lose a whole ass skeleton?
Like a whole 7 to 8 foot skeleton. How do you lose it?
Yeah, but at the same time, part of me is also like, the government can't be trusted. You know, I don't know. Yeah, like
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those things that's like, yeah, you can understand from a safety perspective while they would limit a lot of things, but like also they don't limit a lot of other things.
yeah,
You know, it's like.
unless it's like preservation too. But yeah,
But
it's like
also though, can we acknowledge how close Area 51 is to the Grand Canyon?
It's Arizona desert, yeah.
It's very close.
Cherish it.
I've been there. I've flown over where Area 51 is supposed
you were allowed to
Oh,
float.
wow.
I'm not allowed to fly over it, but I mean, unless he was just bullshitting us, he might have been. But apparently he was like an Air Force pilot, and he became like a travel, like he retired and became like a travel.
Dan has been to Area 51.
Maybe.
Stan's
Maybe
from
I
Area
escaped from
51.
there.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I
teeth.
came from Area 51. Fuck. Ray, if you'd like to go to the next slide.
Yes.
So the Smithsonian are untrustworthy.
Oh, for fuck's sake! That scared the shit out of me. That was so loud. FBI, open up!
Fuck.
Okay.
Wait, who's this man? Who are
Who's
these
this
people?
man?
So these are some men's. In the lower right-hand corner, we have Jerry Willis. So Jerry Willis and his wife Kathy, excuse me, claim that they believe they might have found the location of the cave. They're really interesting because they have explored the area for about 4 years. And because the original kind of articles that were published in the Gazette were really they were really detailed. So although they're kind of a bit, they don't mean, but they have like kind of markers almost, like they talk about markers. But Jerry believes that he's found the cave, but he also believes that while investigating the Grand Canyon a couple of times, they've been followed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They said that like helicopters like kind of show up out of nowhere.
Someone's watching.
You know, in no-fly zones. I think like one there
What
was
are
like
the... Sorry, what are the
Yeah.
drone laws? Now that
you
that's
can't,
more of a
you can't
thing.
do it. You can't do drones either.
Oh, that's a fucking shame. 'Cause that doesn't
Isn't
put
that a
anyone in
shame?
danger. That's
I
just a
know.
fucking robot.
Yeah. Well, I think there's the point that
That's a
like
robot with a camera.
if there's the point that if they crashed it, it would
Yeah.
be you know, like corrosive batteries in a
That's true.
100%.
Get good.
12 months into that being like a law where they can just fly drones, there's going to be like thousands of drones in the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
Yeah,
Oh.
just send a guy to go get him.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a big place.
It is really like I think like the scale of the Grand Canyon is like insane. It is
Yeah. How big is it actually? Like, do you know?
Fucking massive.
didn't. I was gonna look it up, but it's like absurdly large, and it stretches for an absurdly long time. If anyone in chat can find us out the sheer
5,000.
scale.
I googled it, but I can leave it in chat. It's up to you guys. 5,000 square kilometers.
Shit, it's huge.
But
And
I
you
don't know
think,
what that means, but yeah.
But the
5,000
vertical.
kilometers. That's like, isn't here to Melbourne like 8,000? Am I making that up?
How far to Melbourne?
Sydney to Melbourne.
From...
I believe.
Hang on, I need to take off my jumper. I'm
Oh,
sweating.
okay.
1 second.
We do have other dice rolls, but these are the two that just keep coming up.
There's two more,
Oh,
right?
it's the-
Two more random
There's two more.
ones.
Two more random ones.
I don't
that just
even know
haven't
what it
appeared yet.
is. I don't know what they are, so surprise me. Surprise me.
Sorry, I'm back.
Why are your guys' shoulders like out of control? But
I know what the glitch is. I just said I didn't fix it. I'm sorry,
Oh.
guys.
Um,
It's very distracting.
so- wait, did we work out how far it is
I look kind of cute.
from
yeah.
playing coy over there?
Yeah, on my screen you got like a little shoulder tilt that you're looking over.
Ah.
Hang on, I need to change my pants. Oh god. Oh, not them. Okay.
Wait. We didn't say anything about our location. Just Sydney, like just the two cities, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
said
the
Sydney.
two cities.
Yeah.
Sydney to Melbourne.
Sydney's an absurdly large place.
No, I didn't like the
Not compared
distance.
to fucking California.
Yeah.
Or like I mean San Francisco.
California.
That place is insane.
What's it gonna change?
What the fuck?
What the fuck indeed? You're Australian? Oh my god. Now you know.
Now you know.
More you know.
The more you know.
Lost my everything. We live in the harbour.
The harbour.
Sharks.
With the glass.
The
glass.
Harbour glass.
Harbour glass. But yeah, so Jerry and his wife Kathy, they are experts in searching for undiscovered anomalies. They've spent the 4 years in the Grand Canyon trying to find out what's up. Plus also they have 20 plus years of journeying through South America looking at similar things as well. So Jerry, kind of believing he knows where the cave is, has tried to reach it several ways, but he says it's almost impossible to get to. He describes that the best way to do it would be to travel like Kincaid and go by raft. But the government unfortunately has priority over the waters. It's apparently like a 3-year wait list if you want to request to like do anything like boat wise throughout parts of the river as well. And you must be authorized to boat or raft in the area, otherwise they can arrest you. Their area is also really difficult terrain.
Thank you for joining Ingersley. Just real
Thank
quick,
you,
sorry.
Lee. Bye.
Oh, thanks, Lee. Goodbye. But yeah, it's very cliffy, obviously. So there's like a lot of vertical height as well that you kind of have to navigate. So Jerry also alleges that after Kincaid explored the cave, and the articles were published, that the US Army went in there and concreted up all the footholes and kind of gaps that you could use to climb.
Concrete. My Grand Canyon.
They may use a mixture of like native soil and water. That's what he believes. So, but it's nearly impossible. So it's impossible for them to replicate the journey. He said that.
Is he just looking at a rock and being like, I swear there were steps here?
Well, I don't know. It's so weird. I don't know.
Like a wall?
Hey, paradise, but a parking lot.
I know. I just thought of them like mixing up, like thinking of army guys like mixing up concrete in the Grand Canyon and like slathering it on the rocks. Kind of a like, what do you
But-
mean?
Also, it's made out of like natural rocks from the Grand Canyon. So is it just the Grand Canyon? Of that? I don't know.
Maybe it's just the canyon. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting because as well, while kind of, so I listened to this conversation on a website that kind of is like dedicated to conspiracy and like overthrowing the
What's
government.
the website?
Um,
Oh,
Oh my
wait, can you
God.
say? Can you? I don't know if you should say now. You said,
I know.
Let's not say.
said that
I can
last part pretty loud.
not about the government. I don't know. It's sort of, they talk a lot about this sort of stuff and aliens. It's really interesting. So this came from one particular conversation that I listened to. But Jerry also said that he thinks the caves now roughly 18,000 feet above water level because they used to be a naturally forming dam. And if you were to kind of rappel down the cliff, it's about 1,400 feet down from the top of the canyon. So that's what he reckons, and that's why he reckons it's really hard to get to. So in addition to Jerry in this conversation that I listened to, we also on the left side have Scott Walter. So he worked on the show America on Earth for the History Channel, which you can watch the episode on YouTube.
I want to
We
watch more
We
documentary.
can't in Australia. I tried to, but we can't.
Why?
It's so annoying. Maybe we can have a look on our streaming services and see if it's on there. But that was like, he says that was made roughly about 7 or 8 years ago. But the particular episode that I think kind of is around the Grand Canyon is season 2, episode 5, if anyone's interested. But he stated as well when they were making the show, they had a lot of rules imposed on them as well. So they couldn't use drones to fly through the areas. So yeah, it makes it really difficult to sort of film, anything in the area as well. So the third man up there is a man called Rex Bear, who's very dedicated to discovering the secrets of the canyon. He documents his journeys on the site leakedproject.com. He like trawls through Google Maps and like will try and find anomalies and then try and visit them in real life. It's really
That's
interesting.
so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, is
and
this
a lot of
this
them-
guy? Oh, sorry. Go on. My bad.
Oh, I was just gonna say a lot of them aren't anything, but the fact that he's
Okay.
out there finding out and uploading it all is really great and
That's
really
sick.
interesting as well. Yeah.
I know this guy. Yeah, he's cool.
So he's
I
really
don't know
good.
him, but yeah.
I know him personally. He's a friend of mine. So I think that's really, really cool. But so I guess like the kind of final question is like, why is there such a strong presence in the Grand Canyon, and what are they doing there? Whether it's, what are they trying to cover up? Is it the whole thing about the gold, because they're worried that the indexing and it would all ruin itself and the economy would die and the value of gold would keel over if the gold in the canyon was released? Or is it more about the sort of link in our history that they're kind of more concerned about covering up? So one thing that Jerry, Rex, and Scott kind of all agreed on in this conversation is, if you go to the next slide, Ray,
Yes.
that there's a really common link all over the world, similar to the canyon, in the kind of script and depictions of very, very ancient civilizations. So I think it's called Argam script is the picture at the bottom.
Are these videos?
No.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just a screenshot of the video because it was his own personal pictures.
Yeah,
took
so you're
his own personal
crediting
pictures.
him. Yeah.
Yeah. And that bottom one, I mean, Jerry and Scott reckon that script exists all through the Arizona area, all through the Four Corners area, but also all through the Celtic areas as well.
Celtic.
So, like, it's found in Ireland, Scotland, and other places in the UK, which
That's
is
pretty
really
cool.
interesting. The first one, the top picture, so Rex has kind of encountered, I guess, multitude of pictures of these kind of being like drawings as well.
It looked
in
like the bugs.
and people, yeah. It's so interesting, isn't it? But basically, what they think is, and this kind of goes back to that Hopi belief as well, is everything points to the Younger Dryas event, which was when the world kind of shit itself, like in ancient times, and something really catastrophic happened. They're not quite sure if it was like a sunspot effect, changing the atmosphere, making it uninhabitable, like radiation, or if it was like a meteorite that triggered like global volcanic eruptions. But whatever happened, they think that it forced people underground. So,
I love the Younger Dryas event theories.
yeah,
There's so many of them.
it's so interesting. And, in the case of like the Hopi people, like, they talked about the sky god kind of leading them through the Yargis Dryas event to the ant people underground, which I just thought was really interesting. So they kind of, these three men kind of unanimously agreed that the kind of suppression of information is actually tied to that event and something within the kind of link of history. So yeah, if you want to click to the next slide, that's kind of the summary. Aliens or giants.
Alien jump scare.
Alien jump scare.
Big
There was a
boy.
giant. There's supposed to be a giant there as well, but I don't know if he's there.
They
I'd
can
kiss, I'd
see
kiss that alien. Wow.
That's so
I'm sorry.
scary.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, that's the a little bit of info on the possible lost city ? In the Grand Canyon.
Bonk.
Thank you, Zan.
Sorry, I'm reading the horny alien chat. Thank you, Zan. That was really good. Thanks for
Did you
sharing.
enjoy that?
I wonder
Was
if
that
this will come
okay?
through.
But yeah, claps.
Thank you. This was honestly such a fucking rabbit hole. Like, I just started getting like more and more just like fucked up. I was like, I can't keep all this information straight anymore. And then when you started getting into like all the different indigenous tribes and their theories, or not theories, sorry, but like their beliefs, and like cultures and all that, and how it's kind of all based in similar things, it's very, very, very interesting. And I did not give myself enough time to sort of go into that thinking it was just going to be a little bit of chat about El Dorado, which it was not, because that is made up
Yeah, it
theory.
always like keeps going, huh?
Yeah.
Hello, Cal, as well. Welcome in.
Hi, Cal. Welcome in. There's something in the
quick,
Grand Canyon Bandlands. I think you're right. I don't know what it is, but there's something there.
I can fix the avatars. Just lean back in your chair, hit calibrate, and then you should be good when you lean
Everybody
back forward.
lean. Hold on, wait. Let me get back into
Hang on,
the...
I've got, like, a
Chat,
million-
you can join in.
Chat,
Yeah,
lean back in your chair. Press
back,
press tab and then calibrate yourself.
and then calibrate.
And then when you relax and lean back up, you should be good. You should no longer have freaky arms or shoulders.
Ooh.
It's a bit more stable.
It
That
is.
looks,
feels
yeah, you're doing good.
Yeah. I really pushed mine. I'm like sitting up. I got really good posture at the moment.
Oh, nice. Like, got that
You can
straight.
really lean back. and
My,
then do
for
it.
some reason,
calibrate.
Umbra does not change in terms of like
Ooh. There we go.
flat. Can I change my shirt now? I wasn't wearing this
Yeah,
shirt
sure.
because it made me look like, oh, it still kind of does. I look like these aliens from Men in Black.
Hey,
So, I want to say
remember
Frank,
to
but that's
stay
the tug, isn't
hydrated.
it?
Drink your water.
Sippies, everyone sip water.
Peas. I need to go get some water, actually. I'll be back. Don't look at me.
Oh, look at you. Always do that face whenever you leave.
Sorry. Well,
Well,
let's be going now.
oh my Jesus. Hold on. I want to stand up.
It's
quick.
me back in my back in. Oh.
Old man Matt. I look like I'm ready to fight someone.
I gotta go get some firewood.
The fire's getting low. You haven't said hello to our friend yet.
Who's our friend?
Him.
Oh, him. Right.
Him. He still hasn't moved. He's just standing there.
He's still standing there. He's waiting for the day. We don't know when it'll happen, but
Oh
it'll
my
happen.
god, that is so scary.
Imagine if we just like this happened, and in like every city in the world, you just see this giant man, but he stays there for like a decade and no one knows why.
Oh my
He's just standing there.
god, that is so scary. What if he moves but like ever so slightly,
Yeah.
Oh,
every
yeah,
second You're
yeah.
not running.
and then it takes him like a whole
Oh.
year to like move a finger or something?
There's a story about like a group of space travelers who go to a alien planet, but all they find is statues, and so what they do is they chip off like a finger from the statue to analyze it, and they come back a decade later, but they find the statues are now screaming, the one that they chipped the finger off, and
my
they realize it was an
Oh.
that was the alien. It wasn't a statue, but they just moved
That's
really
fucked
slow,
up! Oh my god.
and so it was like screaming in pain, but its timeline is like a different length.
Don't like that.
It's a good story.
That's so creepy.
I hate.
One of those short horror stories, like real short ones.
Yeah, yeah.
That are very
I didn't
impactful.
do it justice, but yeah. You think the stuff that like you think about logistics at night, you're just like,
No, thank
Takes 10 years to
you.
eat.
Last night I was doing research by myself downstairs, and it wasn't even scary shit, and I was still scared.
Yeah, there's something about
Oh.
being downstairs at night.
No, usually I'm fine with it. I stay down here like till like
you do,
fucking 4
actually.
o'clock.
Tell you what, it was the lack of Jake, like in your ears.
Oh, I'm by myself.
Do you do stuff by yourself?
Yeah, I'm just not by myself.
he just sits and waits for somebody
I
else.
exist while no one else is around. Zen just goes to bed at like
Do you, though?
11.
I
Wow.
get sleepy.
What does that mean?
Ray,
What does that mean?
Ray, I've never seen you while I'm not around, so I don't know if you do exist when I'm not around.
Damn. Damn.
Hey, thank
Oh.
you for joining us, Wonder Guys.
Thank you, Wonder.
Lovely
Have
day.
a good day.
Oh, thank you. Catch you later.
Thank you.
I too would scream if you cut my finger off. No,
Hang
not
on.
despawning.
Join. Yeah.
I'm not
What
in.
color are you? Everyone's
I'm
very
yellow.
green and yellow. There's no blues in here.
Bring Ray conspiracy.
Hmm.
Dan falls in a forest.
I mean,
where
that goes
nobody
for
can-
everybody.
Yeah, it's disappearing everyone.
Yeah. Zen. Hello. Okay. I'll just making sure you're still here.
Yeah, Zen is doing sound alerts. Sound
Uh,
alerts.
Ah.
Ah,
Ah.
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 I think. Oh god. Oh no, you can also maybe leaning back in the chair, or also like moving your head down,
Oh!
calibrating, and then going up. Hello, what's up?
Your whole body just twisted right around. My screen.
My body.
Yeah, your body, Ray.
Umbre's just gonna be real relaxed. Just
Oh yeah,
Like-
she's really freaking out.
It's like literal, like like an owl turning its head around, like all the way.
oh yeah. That's what you guys were doing on my screen, but I
Oh.
seem okay. I think chat's seeing me okay because I'm streaming it, but
Yeah, because it's
Yoicks.
your machine.
oh man. We move on to the next conspiracy, or you all want to talk about this one?
I think if we go into this, I'm going to talk about the Younger Dryas event for like the next hour.
Oh my god.
We
That
could
sounds
add that
like-
on after, and we can watch some videos if you want to. It's up to you.
Oh yeah. I'll see how I'm feeling.
I don't
But
mind.
like there's a whole thing
Curious.
where apparently it lines up with like the flood in the Bible, or
Yes!
in like the Jewish religion and stuff. Like,
Oh my god, I started scratching the tip of the iceberg with that one, and I was like, oh, this is for another time.
oh yeah, it's a
I
big
haven't
one.
heard
Yeah.
about this. Is this
It's
when
like-
the whole end of the dinosaur thing?
Oh no, it's after that, way after that.
Oh, okay.
It's just apparently we had quite a few. This is a theory, and it hasn't been proven. Obviously, it's all conspiracy. But before this event, apparently we were actually quite advanced. Not like electronically advanced, at least some people think, but but like imagine like multiple Greek and Roman civilizations, but they got wiped out and just got hidden. And that's also what happened to what's that ocean civilization
Atlantis.
that Atlantis. Atlantis existed, and then this event wiped it out along with a bunch of other civilizations, and it set us back like 1,000 years.
This is a good segue into my topic, actually. I feel.
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like we're very on theme.
Yeah, we are on theme today. And me and Zan kind of did something that not mashed up completely, but has, I guess, conspiracies like that. But has its thing. Yeah, for sure. Like, I'd be down to listen to more about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of woo though, like a lot of bullshit in these videos. But
Yeah.
that's fun. Yeah.
It's a bit of fun.
Bit of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I move to the next one? Aliens.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the next one is. I'm gonna talk about something called Chronicles from the Future. Dun dun dun. Yeah, Matt, do you want to? Oh, there we go.
No, the Xbox thing. I'll do camera.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I can do that. One second.
Because I've got some notes, but they're on my computer, so how about? Oh God, what just happened?
What is happening? Oh shit! I think I'm fucking up your computer. 1 second. 1 second, guys. Let me fix this.
We were
Can you hit
plunged
tab,
into
Ray?
darkness. Yes.
And can you see your UI?
Yes.
Can you hit observe?
I don't think it's
Hello?
working.
Okay, 1 second. Let me try to fix this.
Oh, there we go. Now it's working.
I just had to zoom in a little bit. Okay, I can do cameras. Yeah, all good.
Yay!
You can hide the tab menu.
Got us indeed.
No more darkness. Hi. It's weird. It's like, oh, hi. Yeah, so I'm gonna talk about the Chronicles from the Future. Let me just get my notes up. They're a bit like everywhere, so I'm gonna try and do my best to describe a bit more about this. This is a theory that caught my interest a little while ago when I heard it. When I heard about it in a podcast Zan was actually listening to. Zan was retelling me bits and pieces about this, and I was like, for some reason, it really piqued my interest, and I wanted to learn about it a bit more. But yeah. So basically, my theory is about a man called Paul Amadeus Diener. This is a theory about a man from the 1920s who fell into a year-long coma and time traveled to the year 3906 and woke up in another man's body.
That's pretty rad.
This is what my theory is about.
I mean, not the falling into a coma part, but
Not the coma part, but the other part sounds kind of interesting. He left behind only his journals of his discoveries, so he didn't actually talk about it, but I will kind of go into that a bit.
Real quick, Ray.
Yeah.
When you want to show a slide, just tell me because I can't see.
Yeah.
What's
I'll
happening
tell
on
you.
my
I'll
screen,
tell
yeah.
you. I'll tell you.
Cool.
So, in which his journals, he predicted some of the events and technology of today, and a look into a potential future of humanity. That's interesting. Let's have a look at that. All right. I'm gonna go next slide. Hopefully it works. There we go. This story is gonna focus on two people in particular. One person is going to Georgios Papa. Oh, God, I can't say his name, but I'm gonna call him George. He's in the top left. We know that he was, for as far as we know, he was definitely a man who existed. He was real. And he lived from 1905 to 1991, apparently.
oh, whoa!
Fucking
Sorry.
yeah, old. Yeah.
Wow.
Real.
just like that really puts things into, I don't know, it's kind of like when
Oh,
the people
fucking-
from these
Yeah, century, whatever.
stories
Or
like
century, whatever.
exist in a time that you were also kind of alive, like, or close to a time you were alive. It's real
Yeah.
weird.
I knew you guys were going to comment about a man in another man's body. I just knew. I knew it. Ow.
I just knew it.
Wait. I guess this story can be... When Zan told me this story, I thought it was a little bit gay, but that's because I'm a little bit gay, and I think everything's a little bit gay. But, yeah. We'll talk a bit more about it. I'm going to go a bit more into the backstory and stuff as well, but, yeah, back to the guys on the screen. So that's, yeah, an actual photo of George. And the photo on the bottom left... Oh, bottom right, sorry. This is who everyone says is Paul Amadeus.
He looks like a movie star.
He does look like a movie star. He's coined as the handsome thief. So, it's not him. Everyone puts this photo as him, as this is Paul, but it's not Paul. This is actually a man named Daniel Tohill from New Zealand.
Like no connection to the story, right?
No, no
nothing.
connection to the story
No.
at all. No connection at all. But I just wanted to put it here because, like, if you guys research this guy's face is gonna pop up, but it's not him. He's not connected to this.
I think it's a really whimsical romantic story, and you like to think of like Paul Amadeus as like a hunk.
Yeah,
But,
like,
like-
it has romantic parts of the story as well, for sure.
Real,
Not at all.
yeah. I can
Um,
understand why you'd want him to be this handsome thief from New Zealand, but
Yeah, apparently, I don't know how true this is, but I was looking into this photo, and all I could find was that he was caught stealing ferrets. I don't know why.
this guy.
Yeah, I don't know
Daniel
how true that
Tohill
is, but that's what I found in an
stealing
article. Yeah.
I mean, good for him. You gotta eat sometimes.
What's his actual face? We don't know. So we know what George looks like, but we actually don't know what Paul looks like, which is, I guess, will tie into this
Oh, hang on.
this theory a bit as well.
These are just
Why am I so
Beatles.
Twisted.
What's a beat?
Paul, George. Where was
Oh.
John and John and Ringo?
Ringo.
This was way before the Beatles as well. Like, this is 1920s.
When was the youngest
we go.
Beatle born?
When was the youngest Beatle born? Who was the
Wait.
youngest Beatle? Ringo's pretty young, right?
Ringo's the youngest, right? I mean,
I
the
think so.
oldest. Sorry, my bad. The oldest Beatle.
Oh
Is
yeah,
the
yeah,
stream, The stream's
we
still
want-
going, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry,
Some
my
sort
my
of
screen
oldest
is
Beatle.
frozen. Yeah, so I just wanted to clear that up before I continue the story. That is not him. Just really handsome though. So Paul was a man from Zurich, Switzerland. He was an academic, very interested in humanitarian studies, cultural history, language, and philosophy. So he was like a really big academic. He just loved that stuff. He was also a history teacher at a German university. And Paul had one love in his life, a woman named Anna. But the two were never together as her parents betrothed her to another man. So as the story goes, one day Paul falls asleep. Those around him at the time can't wake him up, like at all. So they take him to the hospital. While there's nothing physically wrong with him that they can tell, after 15 days in a coma, he wakes up. In a seemingly what they thought one-off incident of this happening, but it was not.
Spoiler
It
alert.
was,
not
yes.
the first, or no, sorry, not the last time.
Spoilies, yeah. So doctors suspected, I was getting different, like, so one source said that there was this thing happening, and I kind of more was leaning towards this because it has some truth in reality. This is fucked up by itself, regardless of a theory. This is real, and it's kind of fucked up. So the doctors suspected he may have a condition called encephalitis lethargica. It's a neurological disease that we don't know much about still today. There was an epidemic of this happening between 1916 and 1930. It's estimated to have affected at least 500,000 people in Europe, and the cause of the illness remains, unknown. So like
Rats.
imagine that. What?
Rats.
Rats. Maybe.
Chat.
Rat
You
chat.
caused it.
Chat
Sorry.
rats. So imagine like 500,000 people. Imagine that like 500,000 people around the world that we know of in Europe, just falling into comas with no. Oh my God! What has happened?
We're all big. We're all giants. We're the giants now.
We're the giants.
I can only see my eyes, and it's freaking me out. Oh, can I?
So I
walk?
think it
Oh.
works on everyone's big on race.
Now
to
we
Twitter,
can
but
smash them.
it's step on the rats.
I'll step on the rats. Step on them. I can't get up. Hang on. Please. Ah!
Wait. Everybody's leaning over for the calibration. We all look like old people.
Oh.
Oh no, they like it.
No, they like it.
Kick him. Kick him. How do I sit back down?
No.
I think this lasts 2 minutes.
What the fuck?
Sorry, I shouldn't have set the time so long.
That's okay. Our eyes are so. Oh my God! Look at Nide's face.
Yeah. It bugs out some stuff.
That's his own. That's his own fucking part of fucked up.
Oh, I'm
Tonight.
blocking you. I'm sorry. Let me
My
sit
eyes
the
are
other
worse
chair.
too because they're also in the dark. They
Mm.
remind me of Titans.
Oh yeah.
Ah,
Ah.
I look like a spider. Spider.
Ah.
Ah. Ah.
We're just normal rats.
We're just normal men.
We're just innocent rats.
Say that with Matt sitting next to you like that.
Yeah.
Huh? What does that mean?
Those eyeballs.
Wait,
Those
what?
eyeballs.
Oh, the eyeballs. Okay.
We're just innocent
We're gonna
men.
sit down again.
Oh.
Okay, we're back to normal.
Whoa. Some of
Did
you
you
are back to
calibrate while you were big?
So
I don't know what happened there.
Alright.
Oh my God.
Anyway.
Okay. Anyway, there was this horrible condition that was causing people to fall into comas in the early 1900s.
That's so scary. As Cal said though, like what about all the lead? Is that
No, yeah, it's probably something to do with environmental factors back then. Like, I swear.
I mean, then again, like things like COVID happened.
Yeah, it kind of puts things into perspective that it's like, epidemics, man. Fucking happen. Like, it's,
It happened.
yeah.
Sucky.
Yeah, so that happened, and that's so wild because like I googled this, and the first thing like if you're gonna Google this, trigger warning, like there's just some old-timey photos there that are a bit scary of people who have had this condition or have died from this condition back in 1930s, 1920s. So yeah, he fell into a 15-day coma and woke up. They thought that was it. But 4 years later, in May of 1921, Paul falls asleep again. And this time, months pass and nothing happens. He gets put on a feeding tube to stay alive, and his mother also unfortunately dies during this time. Paul remains in his coma for a year, only waking up in May of 1922, so 1 year later.
Jeez.
He's completely awake, and while he seems okay, he becomes very quiet, like keeps to himself, more of a recluse than usual, and speaks nothing of his time in the coma. He doesn't speak about it to friends or family or anyone. He just doesn't talk about it at all. Months after this, months after his stay in the hospital, Paul then develops a disease called tuberculosis or TB. Those who have played Red Dead or watched Anne play, you'll know what this is.
Consumption.
Yeah. But it's a respiratory disease that becomes worse. It worsens in colder climates, so you kind of get more congested, like kind of like how it happens nowadays with the flu. But this is much worse.
Sorry,
like
don't
people can die from this.
The reason why it was called consumption as well is because it literally withered you away to nothing.
Yeah.
Like, it's horrendous.
Yeah. So he develops tuberculosis and his condition declines. As his condition declines, he ends up moving to Greece for a change of environment and to teach German at the uni there. So it's a lot warmer in Greece, obviously, than in Switzerland. Yeah, Switzerland? Switzerland, yeah. But he knows Germany. So while there, he befriends a student named Giorgio Papahatsis. That's it. Georgios Papahatsis, who later becomes a prominent professor of law and rector of the Pantheon University of Greece. Jesus Christ, that's a lot. So it's kind of important guy. He's almost kind of like a senator kind of status.
Wait, is that Paul?
No, George.
Oh, George.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. My
So
bad,
he befriends a student named George, and then
And
George
George.
later
Okay.
goes on to become this important kind of pantheon, yeah, kind of like a senator type person. So
Paul, I
that's
don't know
how we
where
know.
George is. Sorry, I'm doing my Beatles impression. Alright.
So
Every time it cuts back to me, I look really fucked up.
I think we need to get used to the cuts. It's a bit hard. It's a bit hard to concentrate when we're watching the camera.
So yeah, he befriends George. Unfortunately, his condition worsens, and he sets back off. It's said that he sets back off to Switzerland in 1924 through Italy, to kind of go back to his hometown because he's dying. Before he goes, though, he leaves George all of his journals to, what's quoted is to help him learn and to translate German to Greek. So he's a German language professor, and he's given his journals, his friend, to be like, here, translate these, they'll help you learn German. So George does that, and at first he doesn't really know what they are. He doesn't really tell them that they're his personal journals. He kind of thinks they're, I don't know, novels or something.
Sad handwritten books.
Yeah, and sad books. So he later discovers they're a retelling of Paul's time in his year-long coma. Paul and George never see each other again either. So that's the last time they see each other. He gives him his journals, and it's assumed that Paul dies on his way, either on his way back home or when he's reached Switzerland. It's not really confirmed. The first journal entries of his journal that has been deciphered are from around the first time in his coma in 1918. He mentions his love for a woman named Anna since childhood, and her passing after marrying another man. So Anna did marry another man and then shortly passed afterwards. The other entries are a lot stranger and date back to his second coma in 1922. So this is the weird shit now. Now we're gonna get to the weird stuff. I don't remember what I've got on my slides. Oh, I remember. So Paul Amadeus Diener falls into a coma in 1921. He wakes up feeling sore in an unfamiliar hospital room, and he notices people are dressed differently and speaking an unfamiliar language. But it does have some sort of Anglo-Saxon root as to what it's kind of said. So it's still Northern European. Being a language teacher, he recognizes a few words and tries to communicate. One of the doctors refers to him as a man called Andreas Northam, who happens to be a physics professor who had a bad accident and ended up in a hospital. He ends up looking into his reflection and he realizes his face isn't his own. He understandably gets upset, and his first thought is he thinks he may be dead or has completely lost his mind. As it turns out, as he finds out, Andreas, the man whose body he's inhabiting, actually died while in the hospital, but the doctors revived him. This is what everyone had said, but it doesn't go into detail. The doctors revived him by somehow freezing his brain, lowering his brain temperature. It is thought that somehow this created a link between Andreas's body and Paul's consciousness. He realizes this sounds crazy and refuses to say anything about who he really is out of fear. So he's kind of woken up in this time period. He doesn't know what or where he is, but he doesn't say anything because he's afraid. A few days pass and Paul is able to move around the hospital. And all the furniture around him, tables, chairs, picture frames, they all seem to be made out of some sort of crystal or marble type material, reflecting beautiful pastel colors is what it said, kind of. During this time, Paul finds out...
Sorry, I
Say
just don't like
opium?
Gaze message. Opium.
Opium. During this time, Paul finds out he's in the year 3906 CE. Almost 2,000 years in the future as to where he was.
That would be so scary, and everyone's just calling you this name and trying to speak to you in this language that you don't understand.
Yeah,
really.
Andreas, yeah.
You're just
Also-
like, I am not this guy.
What always gets me is that it's a very specific year. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
why 06? You know what I mean?
I was sick.
It's just interesting. Like, it just adds to it, I guess. But yeah, brains are
Beatles.
interesting.
120th album release.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the fucking names. All right.
So eventually, Andreas's best friend, Stefan,
Stefan.
Stefan was apparently his name, comes to visit. I don't
Like,
I'm just going off. I'm just going off whatever I've read, okay?
Let me move on.
Doesn't say last name, just Stefan. Stefan.
No one. I wonder if he was nice.
He probably was, you know, or probably will be in the
Will
year
be.
3906.
That's true.
My
he's not
great
born
great
yet.
grandson. Great, however many greats.
Yeah. So Stefan comes to visit Paul or Andreas, and he instantly kind of realizes that this is not my friend. Like, this is not who. Yeah. He acts kind of different, and said that even his like handwriting and stuff is different. Regardless of this, though, he takes Paul kind of under his wing and begins to teach him about the current time. Yeah, so it becomes very apparent that he is not who he says he is. Stefan Andreas, you know, I feel like they were. And he's like, Anyway. Yeah, Freaky Friday by IRL.
Good.
I wonder, yeah. So eventually, in the same place in the hospital, two elderly men dressed in white clothing. This is all from his depictions from the journal, apparently, as well. Two elderly men dressed in white clothing also come to visit Paul in the hospital. He thinks they're priests, but they're actually something called electors. They're spiritual leaders of this current society. To them, he confesses that he's not from here, and he's actually from the year 1921, and he woke up in another man's body. They're kind of shocked at this discovery, but they understand what he's kind of talking about. They explain that their answer to this, to him, is human cognition and time are just an illusion, and that none of it is linear. Paul is told that when the time is right, he will travel to the Valley of the Rose, somewhere called the Valley of the Roses. And there his fate will be decided, or he will know if he can return to his time. They also explain something called Samid, which is like their spiritual connection to the world. So this world is already kind of seeming very much more spiritual, connected, intellectual, that kind of thing.
Progressive.
Yes. It's also said that this world looks like the outside. When he looks outside his window, he sees giant towers that go beyond the clouds, like giant metal buildings and structures and floating vehicles. And while he's in the hospital, these electors give him a device to kind of learn on and read. And this device is described as being, you know, he can listen to sounds from it. He can see pop-up images. So kind of something like an iPad. Like, you know what I mean? Something similar to that type of thing. So yeah,
This man's from
1920. Yeah, he's from 1920.
So
He wouldn't know, like, movie, like, TVs and stuff weren't invented yet. Like, none of that stuff was happening. And also, to add to this, give him some Peppa Pig fruit sensory video. Oh my god. That'll, yeah.
Wouldn't that blow his
That'll
mind?
send him back.
Like, I don't know if they had like conventional TV in the year 3960.
Yeah, so this kind of...
Wouldn't that fuck you up?
Yeah. And there's a little bit about this as well, about their society I'll go into later, that he eventually finds out. Coco Melon! And also to add to this, physically, Paul has been there for a few days and he can't fall asleep. So he can't sleep. He's just up all night, like reading and like looking at things and yeah, learning. So he can't sleep. And he doesn't sleep for the entire year that he's in this place.
That is hellish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you think if he fell asleep he would just like yeet back to 1920?
Well, I'll go on about that at the end.
I don't really remember this, so I'm sorry if I accidentally spoiled because there's like...
I mean, if you don't remember it, you're asking questions. That's fine.
Okay. I actually...
Yeah,
Very
you
well.
moved up on that to get funky. Stefan, maybe. So yeah, so like the thing with Stefan as well is like his friend was technically dead. Like he's not there, but he still kind of takes Paul and is like, I will teach you about our time. And Paul's really, really interested about what happened more so in the past too. So during his time, his year in this place, he writes down a couple things that happened between his time in 1920 and the future time in 3906. And I'm gonna show you guys some of this. Also, I have some pictures, like just illustrations of what like I found online that people were saying this kind of might have looked like this society. So I've got them up on the thing now.
Sorry,
They're
I'm trying to get a hold of these cameras again.
That's
There we
okay.
go.
I was doing
Okay.
the same thing. So there's like, you know, big giant structures made of marble and steel, flying vehicles. But then there's also a description, as I'll kind of go into a little bit, this place called the Valley of the Roses, which is like the polar opposite. So there's all this stuff, but then there's also like fields and nature and time in the sun and stuff like that. So it's like a mix. So yeah.
Sims 3 into the future.
Yeah, that's it. So this is what some of the stuff that he said about the future. So I'll go to the next slide as well.
Is some of this our present?
Some of it is actually. This is the kind of why it's a bit interesting. So from the 2000s, Paul learns that from the 2000s to 2300 AD, humanity is still struggling with the problems such as overpopulation and civil unrest. People are kind of what's happening now. There's civil wars almost. There's people who are, you know, struggling to eat and earn enough money, and all this different stuff is happening. Yeah. So there's inequalities, the destruction of environment, ecological, yeah, all that kind of stuff from 2000 to 2300. And in 2204 AD, humanity completes a large colonization of the planet Mars. And it contains 2 million people.
2 or 20?
20 million?
Sorry, 20 million, sorry. 20 million people.
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people.
So
That's in
yeah,
Australia.
apparently that's like an overpopulation thing that I guess happens between those times. Humanity grows, we colonize Mars, and ends up being 20 million people. But in wait, what?
Teeth Bar just being like, gotta tell me great grandkids not to move to Mars.
Do it. Tell them. Pass it on. Generations.
Gotta warn them.
Gotta warn them. Gotta warn them, kids. In 2265 AD, unfortunately, a vast natural destruction kills all of them. Wipes out everyone on
shit.
Mars. Every single person, and they do not know exactly what it is. They think it might be a meteor impact or something like that, like the same thing that took out the dinosaurs.
Oh no.
But never again does humanity try and go to Mars. They're like, nah, fuck that. In 2309 AD, there is a giant global war. A big, big war. A war that he describes as, like, nuclear. So he doesn't know what nukes are. Nukes haven't been invented yet in 1920. So he describes a nuclear war. And he says a great giant part of civilization as we know it stops existing. And in his description, it is the lower half of the world. So the top half around, like, I guess above the equator and stuff like that, around Switzerland and things like that, doesn't get impacted as heavily, but it still wipes out, like, majority of the world.
Where's America?
I'm sure America would include.
Say on the equator?
Well, it says basically this war almost wiped out humanity as like a whole. So we almost didn't exist anymore. That's what basically it says. Yeah.
The equator cuts through Florida, so it's pretty high. It's above the equator.
Oh.
I think. Maybe don't quote me on that.
So this guy in his coma kind of predicted a nuclear fallout, like a giant war that happened. He also predicted some more stuff.
There's more.
And there's more.
Who said, oh, Gabuina's like, this is so Adventure Time coded.
It
Like,
is,
this
right?
Adventure Time coded.
Oh my
or
God.
Adventure Time coded is, Adventure Time is this coded. It's very interesting.
So almost
Yeah.
like 90 years later, I guess, in 2396, there is then an established global parliament. So there's a united government from whatever's left of the world. So people try to kind of, once again, unite. But this parliament isn't elected how we elect it today. It's still elected through, I guess, democratic type means, but it's not in the form of politicians and businessmen. It's more in the form of, like, humanitarian figures. So they, yeah.
Can I clear the air real quick?
Matt needs to retract his statement.
I need to retract a statement. The equator does not cut through Florida. It cuts to the top of South America. So North America is really high up there. Thank you, bad.
Thank you for the information on Florida.
Yeah,
and America.
we don't want another repeat of Italy is in Vienna, as quoted
Yeah.
by that. Okay.
Yes. I said I kind of said southern equator, but I think like this affected like a lot. If I think like a small portion of Europe just was kind of, some of them were spared. So yeah, there's in 2396 there's establishment of global parliament. And yeah, humanity then moves towards slowly becoming more self-sufficient. In 3382 AD, there is sort of like a evolution that happens. So there's a phenomenon that happens to humanity. People, one after the other, acquire suddenly a new spiritual ability. It's like hypervision or hyper intuition kind of thing. They say it's a mutation of the human brain in a form of evolution, freeing us from our survival instincts. So kind of being like, you know how we've slowly evolved over time and we've still got these instincts in us to kind of be, what are they saying?
We're very anxious.
Very anxious.
That's our like survival instinct.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we're anxious because of that. That's apparently a what's it called? Equals.
That would be nice to evolve past that.
Yeah, and that's what he says in his journals apparently as well. Like we lose our anxiety, we lose our competitiveness to fight for things over each other and that kind of thing. So during this time, humanity evolves, but it's like more of a brain evolution than like a physical evolution.
I think that's what we're due for.
I think we are due for that. I don't mind that actually. That sounds quite good. And after this kind of happens, after this happens, there are less laws and restrictions put into place as there's less negative or criminal intentions of individuals in the society. Like, so that's eventually the point that we kind of crawl back to. And this is in the year 3382. So this is way, way, way in the future. So people do not count the success of their lives in this time with technological material standards, but mainly with their emotional, mental, and spiritual development. They do not care too much about like, oh, how much money can I earn? Like money kind of becomes something that's not really existent. Everyone just shares things. We become so self-sustained as a species that people only work 2 years of their life. So between the years of 17 and 19 in your life, you only work for 2 years. You study and then you work for 2 years and then that's it, you're done. You've done enough contribution to society to sustain. That's it. The rest of your life is then dedicated to learning, traveling, and living your life. It's kind of said in this time as well that people had a kind of childlike whimsicalness to them, or like they weren't, because they didn't have this kind of stress and burden on them. It was just provided for them. So that was one of the laws. That was one of the only laws. Like you worked for 2 years of your life to give back, and that was it. That's all you needed. Yeah. So laws in society were radically reduced to only few, as the intentions were more pure, I guess. There's also a little bit about aliens. So being so far in the future, I thought as well, like, what about, you know, contact with other kind of...
What about the events of Mass Effect?
Yeah, what about the Asari? Where are they at? Where my girls at? No, so he like he does ask about kind of, or he does get brought up about this with his friend Stefan, and Stefan says that they had made contact with aliens multiple times during these years, but the aliens weren't necessarily interested in us. I think I kind of go with this theory as well, because I think they obviously exist, but I don't think we're of priority to them, to be honest. And I have a theory, my personal theory, that if they're doing space travel and stuff, they're probably more evolved to believe in the fact of like, hey, killing each other and shit is probably not good. Maybe we shouldn't do that. So, yeah. What's happening?
Oh no, sorry, we're all.
Are we
mates.
big again?
No, we're mates.
We're made.
Oh, we're made.
Whoa!
Well,
What is
just do?
happening?
Hello? What's happened?
Oh,
my God.
you made the window small. That's all.
I
Just a
can't
quick
get
minute.
it back.
Yeah, I'll come down real quick.
I can't.
Hello.
Hello. We've been plunged into darkness again. It's happening.
What's happening?
Yes, it's very small. Wait,
Mine is very reclined.
like down there. Hey! Oh my God, Umbra's so fucked up. I need to take my hoodie off. I'm really
Hoodie.
warm.
I know, I got a little bit warm as well. Now I'm cold again.
This is not sponsored by hoodie. Hold on. Let me fix this.
Alright. Me. Gyrating my chest. Alrighty.
Gyrate. Let me put my hoodie back on.
Me and Zan sharing a single. No, we're not. We're not.
Both feet inside.
We both fit inside. Yes.
Probably could.
Yeah, probably could. Can I tell them the Woody story, Matt?
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
So, this is off topic of this, but Matt ordered some Woodies, and they gave... I feel like I should check. They gave...
You can change first, or do you want to just...
I'll keep talking. They gave him 2, but they gave him 2 more by accident, so Matt ended up with 4 Woodies.
Yeah.
He was nice and told them about it, and they were like, keep them, thank you. And then Matt's like, here, Ray and Zan, here's some hoodies. They're like, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
It's because it was somebody else's order, so I felt terrible. Because like Mother's Day is coming up, and a lot of people buy them for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
So someone's not getting their order before Mother's Day. There's no way. But at least they know. I told the company.
Yeah,
So,
we
yeah.
told them. Oh, that's good.
And yeah, they're like, yeah, feel free to give them to someone you know, someone who needs it. I don't know if
They're
you guys
really
need it, but-
comfortable. I mean, pretty cold. But yeah.
These are hoodies, which are like blanket hoodies.
Yeah, they're like full blankets. They're really, really warm. And it's really, really cold here at the moment.
There's something really wrong about the legs and no
And no,
no
poor man.
torso.
Oops.
Whoa, Ray, what happened?
Did I just change?
You just changed an
You're
idea.
not
Yeah.
moving either. Your mouth.
Am I
Uh,
back?
Yeah, so you'll probably have to change the port back to 2000 and what did you have?
Oh
2005.
no, really?
Yeah, just hit escape.
Will
go
they
network
see
and-
information?
No, it's just for the face capture. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah,
2005?
2005. Yeah.
Oh, it's still on there.
Oh yeah.
there
You
you
just you just have to activate it. It's
Oh, okay.
my bad programming means.
Is it
that
working
doesn't
now?
update. Yeah, well, it's working now. I mean,
I fucked up.
you're a little bit fucked up, but we'll get there.
I'm on like.
Cherry.
Ah!
Sorry, can you hang on? Can you observe real quick? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Raise a chair. I'm sitting here.
I'm on observe. Is anything happening?
Ah!
It's like Jumanji when he gets stuck in the floor. Shoo,
Uh,
shoo. Wait. Oh, I can't observe. There we go.
oh, you're
Shoo.
observing now.
I'm the real horror here. Alright, let me fix this.
This is what you look like in the hoodie. In the hoodie.
Yeah, this is me in my hoodie.
Representation of the hoodie.
Oh, I'm not wearing clothes. Let's fix that. Yeah. Cool. We're back. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be real comfy. What was I talking about? Aliens. Aliens. The aliens did visit us during that time, during kind of this futuristic time period, but they didn't really intervene with us. The only time that is said that they intervened with us is when we're on the brink of extinction. So during that nuclear war that happened, they intervened somehow. It doesn't really say, I didn't really see how, or I couldn't. There's like, actually, I'll go into it later, but there's a whole book about this that was written semi-recently. But I've linked it in the slides. I can show you. But yeah, that probably goes into more information about things. But yeah, so they did exist. They are around, but they don't really have much interest. Yeah. What was I doing now? I've lost my rhythm.
I'm sorry.
No, it's my bad. I had to take, and I also fucked up the stream. But yeah. I'm gonna talk a bit free, I guess, about the rest of this because I haven't written much else down. But from what I listened to 2 podcasts that I'll show you as well. During the end time of Paul's experience in the future, he's eventually told it's time to go to the Valley of the Roses. And when he gets there, it's this beautiful place with heaps of rose bushes, and it's sunny and it's happy, and he thinks almost like, oh, I'm dead. This is like heaven. Like this has been heaven. Like, and while he's there, he feels this strong sense of, again, it's like where the spiritual connection is kind of the most powerful. So he feels kind of this deep heaviness and longing, and he starts to talk to Stefan about it a bit. And his feelings that are kind of coming up are of his love for Anna, who he's loved since childhood. And through these feelings that he's kind of talking about and sharing, and he kind of feels really sleepy, and his eyes kind of get really, they start closing. And he's told that this love for Anna was actually down, feeling something that was mentioned earlier. What did I call it? Let me find it.
Oh, the spiritual.
The Samid. Yes.
Yeah.
So he's experiencing the Samid, which is the spiritual connection. And through this realization, in this place, he begins to get drowsy and closes his eyes. And that's when he wakes back up from his coma and is back into the year 1920. Was it 21? Yeah, 1921.
Yeah. Hey,
Or 22, actually. The whole year. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Ray.
Yeah.
Does he mention if anyone else sleeps during this time?
Yes, other people sleep.
So it's just him. He
Yeah,
can't sleep.
it's just him. He can't sleep. Other people can sleep. He doesn't sleep. So, and yeah, that's also kind of why people are like, you are a bit odd. Like something is not right with you.
Weak.
You're not that. You're not this man. Like you're someone else. And
Do you reckon he looked real janked up? Like by the end of it?
I don't know, because it says that some people say as well that when Andreas, like he was kind of awoken in Andreas's body, he was bandaged because Andreas had an accident. This is another thing that someone else had that not everyone kind of had in theirs. So he was bandaged, so he assumed that he was just like in hospital for something and he couldn't remember. But then when the bandages came off, he realized he was a different man. And he felt sore in his body because again Andreas had an accident and had been taken to the hospital. So yeah, and then after this, after he's kind of given his journals to his friend George, who's then begun the task of translating them from German to Greek. So again, I'm just going to say as well, this has been in translation. So it's been translation from German to Greek, then to English. So some of this might have been lost in translation as well, or like translated a bit differently. So George has these journals, and at first he doesn't really know what to do with them. He then goes, this is another whole thing in itself. He goes to the Freemasons and kind of shows them the journals and shows them what he's found. And they get kind of scared and they're like, do not share this information with the public. So he doesn't. He keeps them to himself. Until the year 1972. George then publishes his own book, which is the translation of the diary entries. And the book was titled The Valley of the Roses. I googled this, but nothing came up. Like I couldn't find it from my quick googling. Like when I googled the secondary book that I'll show you that was written semi recently, back in like 2016-17, that obviously comes up, which is an English book. That's true, Cal. I was gonna bring that up. They think that as well during the World War II event that happened, they found these diaries and stuff in George's possession. And they were written in German. And that was like, nope. And they took them away and they were never seen again. So they think that the journals were confiscated. No, that was good. That was good because I wasn't sure when to bring that up. So it was a good tie-in. Yeah. They think that that's what happened as well. That the journals were kind of snatched and never seen again.
Such a shame.
So we don't really know again if they existed, if they were destroyed, if they were kept by the Freemasons. Like yeah,
The original journals. Well, that's the thing. Like the original journals, like the direct translations of them, do they exist? Like, do we have
the
them
direct
now?
the direct translations would be from.
Or are we like? Do we have a book of like, what's his face remembering what he had translated?
So we have, I'm sure there are other books about George, like, you know what I mean, but I haven't actually come across any. What I did come across was, let me try and find this. Oh, not the theories. This. I'll go back to that. This is the book that was written in 2016. You can find it on Amazon and other kind of book publishing places, like other like book selling places, sorry. And the author's name was Achilles Syrigos, and he was kind of like So the quote that I found on the internet was, after working for more than 2 years on the scripts of Paul Amadeus Dinark, so he kind of did like a movie type thing, like that's what it means by scripts. He decided to publish worldwide the new edition of Dinark's original diary pages, which was formerly available only in Greece. But again, like, I don't know exactly how these were available. It might have been like Greek translations of this story that he then translated to English. Yeah. So this legendary book, which was originally given to him by his brother, is now the centerfold of his life, and he's determined to share with the world his heritage with as many readers as possible. So that's what I found a bit about him. And it's a really big gray area whether or not these books still exist or even ever existed. But yeah. So I guess with this, there's a couple theories. There's these. So the first theory is that Paul predicted what was to come. So he actually did slip into the future and he saw all this stuff. Some of it makes sense. I mean, like, he predicted the current status of the world that we're currently in, and the overpopulation, civil unrest, that kind of stuff. All that stuff, the nuclear war, contact with aliens potentially, like all this stuff. That's the first theory. I guess the second theory is that he just had a really wild coma dream. So driven by that disorder, which is encephalitis lethargica, which was the thing going around back then. The third is his dream experiences were taken from his studies of religion or other kind of things around at the time. Some of the things that he mentions, like the Samid and stuff, and the electors, have similar type of names. I think it's either in Hinduism. I think it was in Hinduism. I'm not sure if I'm getting this correct, but in other kind of religious, he was again a scholar. He read a lot, so he might have taken some inspiration from other things that he had read, and his subconscious might have done this stuff. And the last theory, I guess, is that Paul never actually existed. So, in one of the podcasts I was listening to, they were stating that there was no actual depictions of a guy named Paul Amadeus Dinark, who was a university teacher in Switzerland or Greece. But they think, again, like, this might be because, again, records are shit. It also might be because... I guess it was in the 1920s, so I guess it could go either way, you know what I mean? We're, like, advanced enough to keep records, but, shit happens. But they also think that he might have changed his name after World War One. So they think that he might have been a German soldier in World War One. And as we know, like, with Germany in World War One, it wasn't the best experience. And then he fled the country to Switzerland, changed his name to Paul, and then continued his life from there. Either that... Oh, hello! Welcome in.
Hi, Kaija. Welcome in.
Or, again, that, this never existed, and this story was fabricated and based off other pieces of science fiction. So yeah, I guess they're all the theories. The first one kind of seems most interesting, to be honest. But, yeah.
What's interesting is that, like, again, if he was a real person, it sounds like he gained nothing.
That's it.
From sharing this.
He got so afraid that if he had told people back in 1920 that he would have been locked up.
Yeah, which he would have been.
Which he would have been back then. Yeah.
Institutionalized, even like all the way up to fucking 90s, I think.
Yeah, exactly. He was a smart guy, and I think if that would have happened, then yeah, for sure he would have been institutionalized. Because like, they'd have been like, yeah, fucked up. So he kept it to himself until he died. He only evidence there was of it or any other things was diaries. But yeah, I'll show you guys the podcast that I also listened to.
Second theory, I've heard a few stories of people who like go through comas and they come out of them having experienced entire lives, but they feel the grief of losing the people that they loved in those lives.
Yeah,
like they go through that sort of loss, which is really weird because if it's all made up in the brain, that's crazy.
I heard a story about that too while I was doing research about this actually. About a young guy who was in a coma.
Yeah.
And in the coma he had twins with his girlfriend. And he named them and he remembered the names
Oh
and
my
everything.
God.
And then he also got a job as like, I think whatever England's division of FBI kind of thing is.
MI5?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He joined the MI5 and had two twin daughters. And then when he woke up, he felt like kind of fucked up because they didn't exist. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah.
In his timeline, at least.
Yeah.
Like.
So what
geez.
the take from this was, I guess, the take as to like what the electors and stuff were saying was that time is not linear. That we exist now and in the future and in the past and everything's just continually ongoing. And like I guess it brings about things of like reincarnation and that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, I found that really interesting. And I kind of feel that with time. Like, you know, you go into like, you know, time slips and shit like that get brought up all the time. That's another thing I was going to do my thing on, but we'll probably talk about that another time.
I feel like that can be its own.
That's its own thing. Yeah, time slips are basically where people kind of go through. It kind of goes in the way of like liminal spaces and stuff. So people go through spaces that are a bit weird, feel a bit weird, and then when they come out or when they walk too far, bless you, it's like a different time or a different place completely. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. And yeah, I don't know. Time shit interests me. I like hearing about the future. I kind of like that future too. We're all like harmony, only work 2 years of our lives. How great. We're all providing.
Thank you, Rat.
Hello,
It
Rat.
sounds
Sorry, right?
so detailed for a coma dream.
For a coma dream, it's fucking detailed as hell.
Like again, like
I have some detailed dreams though.
I don't know. Like even like again, like why wouldn't you just pitch this as a science fiction book? Like, you know what I mean? If it
I know, why wouldn't you just say it's a science fiction
what does
book?
anyone have to gain from like releasing this and being like,
It's
I mean,
journals.
yeah, money.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Hey. It's one of those things where it's like if something exists for so long, like, and people believe it and it's just been this thing, like we don't really know if it's truth or not. Like, you know what I mean? It's like with, I guess, in similar vein, like religion and stuff. You know what I mean? Everyone knows the story about, you know, Jesus and stuff like that. It's
Who?
just
Yeah. When?
but yeah, like stuff like that. Like this is very word of mouth too, or like I guess because the diaries, like they don't exist. Like I tried seeing, like if I could see actual photos of them or something like that. But yeah, they might have been destroyed.
Who's in front of the fire?
Can't see your words.
Can't you see your words? Let me. Hilary. Okay. If you are in front of the fire and you want your words to be seen, you can leave and rejoin using leave and join. Just in case, because Kay wasn't getting her the messages through. Sorry. So yeah.
Oh, you're the purple rat. First purple rat.
Oh, hey, I'm a purple rat. And we got a blue rat. Kaijo's blue.
Nice.
Hey.
Yeah, little
There we
crabs.
go. All right. The fire's a bit too hot. Keep away
Too
from
hot for you guys. Little babies.
God, it's like when like cats move, they get like real fed up and they're just like, "Ugh, too hot," and they move.
Yeah. But yeah, if you are interested a bit more, this book goes into it and is supposedly a retelling of the exact diary pages. But again, we don't know that for sure. It is available online and through stores and stuff online. It's about 300 pages, I think. It's quite a bit, but yeah, I'd be interested to actually look at it. There's also some PDF files that I found online that I wasn't sure if they were from the actual book themselves or someone else's like retelling of the story. But yeah, if you Google Chronicles of the Future, you'll see that pop up too. The other two things I listen to and I recommend having listened to if you want to learn a bit more are the two podcasts I listened to. Let me So I've been editing, and my shortcuts they're defaulting to fucking the video editing program. This is two I listened to. The first one Zan listened to a while ago, and that's how I knew about it. It's called Supernatural with Ashley Flowers. They have a bunch of other supernatural stuff on there as well. And the Y-Files, which Matt had listened to in the past as well, I found out.
I haven't listened to the podcast, but he has a YouTube channel, and it's really good.
The podcast is the same as
It's
the YouTube
exactly the
channel.
same, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The Y-Files also had a bit on the Grand Canyon as well.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah, and he
check
went
it out.
into the indigenous culture stuff, so I do recommend that as well.
Yeah. He kind of goes a bit more into the relationship with, they both kind of do as well, with Anna and stuff as well. That's a lot. I think that's a big part of the books. And I guess a big part of big part of why I felt so compelled to wake up from his coma.
It's really sad that she died, though.
Yeah,
She was
yeah.
also married to another man.
Yeah, so apparently her father kind of was like, oh, he's really wealthy, this man, like, please just marry him instead. Then she did, and unfortunately, shortly after that, she passed away. Fucked up. And apparently, like, yeah, it obviously traumatized him pretty bad that he was still thinking about it for a long time until his death. Like, yeah, that was the story of Paul Dino.
Is this a presentation on the book? Cal's
Oh
got
my
some
God.
some
That sounds
extra
so
info.
interesting. Cal says, I found a presentation about the book that took place at Association for Research and Enlightenment, which is a name from...
That sounds like
Sounds like a cult.
yeah, or like some sort of black program that the government runs or something.
Oh, hello V, how you going as well?
Yeah, hey, everyone who's joined.
Hello.
Thank you, Ray. That was very good.
Yeah, I hope I did that justice.
No, that was great.
I was listening to the podcast again at work while I was editing. Thank you. While I was doing some editing or on my lunch break and stuff, and then I was kind of like, oh, okay, I'll take some notes and put some stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, imagine if Andreas did go into Paul's body. That would be
Oh my God.
I don't think he did because he still remained in the coma, but like, oh God, that would suck. You're like in this beautiful utopia, then you get put back in 1920.
Yeah, if they did do like an old Freaky Friday, like I think Andreas got the worst end of
Yeah, I got the
stick,
shitty end.
for the shitty end.
Some links
No,
in the stream
Stefan
chat.
definitely was the love of his life.
I feel like he was, because apparently they were roommates. Again, the meme, they were roommates. But apparently they were roommates and best friends. But, you know, you don't really say that stuff in a diary back in 1920s, so maybe...
Yeah, you only say that stuff in a diary back in the 1920s. That they were best friends. And
They were best
roommates.
friends and they were roommates.
They were just a pair of swinging bachelors.
Who knows? They might have been, or they might have tendencies.
Apparently some of the founding fathers of America have some saucy letters between each other.
They
Yeah.
would. I feel like they would.
I
It's
think
always
it was,
the ones
I can't
that
remember
are
who it
like...
was. Oh, it was
do it,
Hamilton
guys.
and one of his friends. I don't
Oh,
know.
I could see Hamilton doing that. To be,
Mhm.
might have been because I watched the play, but
How do you ride like you're running out of time?
Alexander Hamilton. Sexting, yes, sexting back in the ye old ages, writing letters.
The old sexting.
I've heard it was quite common that like they'd burn the letters after they passed, like if they found them, because you know that's what how the culture was. Like, yeah, too scandalous to be found. That's happened with Anne Frank's letters as well.
Oh.
Her Anne Frank diary, apparently quite a bit of that was censored because yeah, there was like lesbian or bisexual themes
Oh,
in her writings when she was.
damn.
Yeah,
It's crazy
how
that
do
how
you-
much of that stuff is like looked over.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of queer history has
Is erased.
been repressed.
Mm.
Anyway, sorry, it was a bit of a tangent.
Love that. Only write letters that need to be burnt after. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. That was mine. Anne's is also on here, but we're not going to go into that. We'll save that for another time when Anne is
present.
when Anne is ready.
We have we usually do a 3-hour stream. And we're
What
at 2:20.
YouTube? Well, some YouTube. What were you
I've
wanting to talk about?
the only thing I could think of, because if I try to actually present anything, it's gonna be shit.
No, that's
Just
okay.
heads up. I didn't present start anything. Let me try that again. I didn't put anything together, chat, because I wasn't meant to be on the stream. But I
He
have
joined us
alien
to help.
UFO stories from Reddit.
Yes.
Yeah, we can just read some stories and then discuss them.
I
Yeah.
would like a little bit of the. What is it called?
What was that thing you were talking about? The Andreas thing.
The end. The end.
This is ominous.
Oh,
Oh god, that
hey,
was
Cameron,
scary.
Cameron didn't like that.
Did you guys? This is not theory related, but did you see the whole thing about
Oh, geez, sorry guys. Trying
back
to fix
when
this
that
camera.
dinosaur event happened? There was like two different types of skeletons found in a ditch together, hiding.
Oh.
And it's like one of the like a famous skeleton called something. It was like again, I was like. Squeak,
There's a
squeak,
couple,
squeak.
and the one was hugging the other one.
Yeah, they were hugging. Yeah, in a
Yeah,
pit.
yeah.
And it was like a oh god, it's on the tip of my tongue what that was called as well. You guys probably seen it.
The theory was that the person who was lying flat had died, and the person hugging them decided to be buried with them.
Oh,
Like,
mine
they
was
didn't
animals.
both die together. Oh, they were animals.
Like two
Okay.
completely different species had cuddled
Oh,
together.
oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
It was like a mammal and a reptile.
Yeah,
found in
yeah,
the-
yeah.
yeah.
So sad.
I know another story about two people hugging like skeletons.
I love those stories
yeah.
as well. And also, like, I guess speaking about queer stuff, there's a lot of skeletons that get, like, gendered stuff too. I mean, I guess there's no real way to know how they identified, but it's always just put down as a man and a lady, even if that's not always the case.
Wasn't there assumed female skeleton found, but she was she had a gold eye.
Oh,
and,
that's sick.
All his armor and shit. It was sick.
Oh, that's so cool.
Sounds like a
She was meant to
bad
be
bit.
like a warrior or something.
Baddie.
Yeah.
Baddie.
I do imagine,
Maybe I'm
like,
mixing up two
some
stories, but yeah.
skeletons in some cases would have like something going on with the hips if they'd had kids and stuff.
Yeah.
I think
That's like the
sometimes how
only
you can
thing
tell.
that's like,
Yeah,
but yeah.
like only if they've had kids, I think you can kind of tell, but from the placement of the hips. But yeah,
Not saying that has anything to do with gender though. I'm not
no,
saying
no. You can just tell if someone's had children.
Neanderthal women were baddies. Hips don't lie.
We have Neanderthal in our DNA. Not everyone does.
I got.
Neanderthal.
My DNA. How do we know this? Like, how do we know?
Have we sequenced like DNA from Neanderthal? But I'm guessing we sequenced our DNA and maybe it matched with like something we pulled out of
Something frozen.
something else. Yeah, yeah.
Frozen's freak me out. Like the idea of finding a full frozen mammoth.
I
like a
want to
person.
type, but I'm still afraid that incognito is gonna be like doxia. I guess we can do that,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Oh, I can cut away and then you can search.
Yeah. Keep looking at me
Yeah.
for now.
Yeah.
What do you want me to search up? YouTube or Reddit stuff?
Oh, are we doing UFO stories? What did you want to talk about, Zan? That was something you were going to say.
The younger what's it called?
Oh, Younger Dryas.
Yeah.
I don't know how to spell it though.
It's like it's literally I think younger and then Dryas.
Am I looking on YouTube?
Yeah, probably YouTube. There's probably more content there.
Okay, I'll do it now.
Better digestible content, I mean. Younger Dryas.
Oh wow, already popped
yeah,
up.
yeah.
How did it know?
cloned mammoth meat. That would be fun.
Would you guys eat clone meat?
Cool.
You don't have
This,
to answer. If you
this
don't
is
want
a
to.
thing
I'm
that's
just curious.
happening as well at the moment too. It's like, would you like eat cloned
Probably
fish or cloned fish is a big thing apparently,
not. Oh, really?
and they're saying it tastes different because it hasn't got like that sea taste.
The ocean taste.
Oh.
to it.
Yeah.
Oh, kind of sad. That makes me kind of sad.
Yeah, I mean synthetic meat, not like a clone is in something that's been born and grown, but like
Yeah,
just lab grown meat. I
yeah,
mean,
like they only grew the meat, not the actual.
I don't think
Yeah.
I would.
I don't think I would either.
No, but then like also at the same time, if it was mammoth cloned meat, maybe. I don't know.
What? Okay, I'm on YouTube now. I think you can probably switch
And put it back. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
on here. But what?
Where is the Joe Rogan? Honestly. All right, I'm gonna be back. I'm just gonna walk away for a second.
Okay, what? Which one? Is there like a particular video though, Zan, that you kind of liked or? No.
I didn't.
Let me know if there's something
Yeah,
that
I'd
you'd
try.
like.
Yeah, it's always hard because like a lot of these people are kind of nutcasey, and they get into some weird conspiracy theories where like
Yeah.
I don't know, especially that old guy. He's a bit of a
This guy.
nutcase. Graham Hancock, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even fucking what's his name? Neil.
Oh,
He's a
deGrasse
bit-
Tyson.
Yeah, he's a bit like that too.
He's got a bit of a personality that is a bit hard to vibe with. I love that bit of art. I'm sorry, the East Island art. I don't know why. It was funny. I'm on a delay. It's all good.
Oh.
Let's watch Joe Rogan on stream.
No. this.
Sometimes I'll
Oh,
yeah, the Easter Island. Like I'll sometimes like throw on like the UFO episodes just because like there are some interesting people, but
Yeah.
man, that guy's
Right. So fucking hard. I don't understand how so many people can watch it.
yeah.
Alright, let's click on something that looks interesting. This one? Or
Yeah, it goes second one.
this one?
Yeah.
Is this
yeah.
a fucking ad? Yeah, that's an ad. Okay.
Oh, it's an ad? Oh, okay.
This one's okay.
Okay. Oh, I see. Sorry. I'm on like a 5-second delay because I'm
That's
watching the
okay.
stream.
Let me know
Yeah.
if it's the wrong one.
No, I mean I just clicked on one. Interesting.
Mammoths.
Mammoths.
Let me know how sound is
Hang
chat, because I can't really
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
It's Zan, she's English now. Hello everybody.
Please subscribe now to the latest ancient history news and independent research from
alright.
around the world. Just about everybody with an interest in ancient civilizations has heard of the Younger Dryas. This was, of course, a period of time from roughly 12,800 to 11,600 years ago, when the climate returned to freezing glacial conditions, temporarily reversing the gradual climatic warming that began around 16,000 years ago.
I do that at work. I don't have
It's
ad block at
almost
work.
strange that a scientific term for a climatic period in prehistory has become so widely known. The Mousterian pluvial or the Huelmo Muscadi cold reversal are not names often cited, but the Younger Dryas is talked about by academics, historical authors, YouTubers, enthusiasts, people with a passing interest, and
Does this
so
sound
on.
okay to everyone?
It's as popular a subject now as any in the study of prehistory. But it's popular because of its timing, because the end of the Younger Dryas pretty much marks the beginning of the Holocene, and the climate has never been as cold ever since. The Younger Dryas was like the last stand of the Ice Age. After the Younger Dryas, we find that large megalithic settlements were built in southeastern Anatolia, hunter-gatherers transitioned into farmers. In time we get cities, civilizations, kingdoms and empires. In human society, technology and ingenuity has continued to progress to where we are today. Of course, that all depends on how we define progress. The Younger
Progress.
Dryas is most popular because of how authors like Graham Hancock have tied it to Atlantis,
Sorry.
the mythical land spoken about by Plato in his philosophical fictional works.
This is transformative,
This
right?
is because
Just watching.
datasets like
Yeah.
the Greenland ice core data show that the drop and eventual rise in temperature were dramatic. and because Plato dates the catastrophic end of Atlantis to roughly the same time as the end of the Younger Dryas, when the world was heating up and we see the onset of what scientists call meltwater pool Swan B.
Eligible New South Wales
my
homeowners
God.
are getting paid to go solar. The government is handing over thousands of dollars to
Not the
homeowners who
the
install solar
government.
power.
Get paid to go solar.
Although this could have been catastrophic if you lived in close
Catastrophic
proximity to the melting
events.
ice
Go
or in the
solar.
vicinity of broken ice-dammed glacial lakes, for most of
Oh
the
my
world,
God, I
the
wonder
peak rate
if
of sea
my-
level rise was just 25
if
to
somebody's
40
flipping
millimeters per
because
year.
I'm wearing my hoodie and
Maybe
I can't work
not
out
even
where
that.
Your neck is?
my neck
But the
is.
end
Yeah.
of the Younger Dryas is
Nah,
not what is
it's-
so hotly debated.
It's something
by
I messed up. It's
scientists
not
today.
Yeah,
It's
with
why
the
the
okay.
cold
Yeah.
period
What you can do is
began.
you can, if you
And
lower your
there
head
are
down,
a
like duck your
number
head
of
down,
hypotheses
calibrate, and then
championed by many different
lift back up.
scientists around the
it should
world.
fix it.
Most agree there is
Oh,
a
so
change
we get
in
a bit
behaviour
chesty, I
in
don't
the
know.
ocean circulation, with large injections of cold fresh
Alright,
It's
I'm
water
so
sorry.
into
scary
the
near the
ocean,
fire.
affecting the fragile conveyor
You guys want me to
currents.
screen share to you
But
too?
what triggered the release of
Yeah,
this
it's a bit hard to keep up
water?
with the video.
Author
Sorry,
Graham
we're done
Hancock
this a
and
while
of
ago.
course researcher
No,
Randall
good. I was worried about how
Carlson
much
are
how
popular
taxing it'd be on your
personalities who
PC.
have forwarded the Younger Dryas impact
Running this,
hypothesis
then
to a large
slides,
and broad
then,
audience. And
you know.
although this somewhat exciting yet frightening concept
Ugh,
has gained
Hancock, I
significant
hate him.
scientific support and credibility, it's by no means accepted by all scholars. Certainly not in the same way that the broad scientific community
dinosaurs.
accepts the cosmic end to the age of the dinosaurs. Anybody invested in a line of research will of course strongly believe
that's
in their
incorrect,
ideas,
that picture of the
and that's
dinosaur. It needs to
okay.
have little
We
crests.
should all be passionate about what
Crests?
we work on and what we
Feathery
believe
little
in,
feathery
but
crest.
Wait, do dinosaurs legit have feather crests?
No, it would just be cute if they did.
Like a mohawk?
Like a mohawk.
because I'm not an expert on the Younger Dryas, I will
What you can do,
continue to
Ray,
keep
is
an
set the video
open
to 2
mind,
times speed.
Keep reading the different hypotheses.
Do you guys want
the
that?
pros and the
It's a bit of a
cons,
slow
and make
talker, that's
up
all.
my own mind.
Alright, let's have a look.
It does sound like
The
a
reason
text
there is no
speech
scientific
program, everyone
consensus
agree.
is because evidence for and against
he
is open
is.
to interpretation.
How's
And
this?
that's why I'm making this video.
Yeah,
I'm
but if
highlighting
it
something
becomes
I don't see others talking
uh,
about on an
gibberish,
accessible
then
platform like
we
YouTube.
can.
Maybe
Stop.
they have been addressed, and maybe someone
Matt,
can
do you
point me
watch
to
a lot of your
scientific paper,
videos
but it's
at
really made
2
me question if
times
an
speed?
impact really was
Yeah.
the main trigger at the Younger Dryas.
Mental.
I'm not being dismissive
Who
or making
does
an argument
that?
for argument's sake. I'm asking questions for good reason.
What
Further
does
my
that
own
mean?
understanding.
You
And I
can
don't
just
think
make
that anyone should
a-
stop questioning the
a
narratives
vicious
that
Okay.
are told to us, especially
Alright.
if we do find
Wait, what
evidence
makes
of evidence.
Alison listening?
Now, to
Matt,
a
watch
audience, the
videos
scheme and
at
abrupt
2
beginning of
times
the Younger Dryas
speed.
is often shown by this graph, created from the Greenland
Yeah,
ice data.
especially
So, yeah.
tutorials
Now let's
because
take a look at the Wikipedia
just get to
page
the
of
point.
Dryas
Yeah.
and see if it
Forever.
matches what
Yeah.
we see.
Yeah.
I'm using the words of Wikipedia
1 times
because
speed
this
at
is, of
least
course, the first
says
port of call for the
B,
layperson
and
who wants to learn more.
I
It's a natural
I
starting
think
point.
that's also correct.
On Wikipedia, it says the Younger Dryas was returned to glacial conditions
That-
after the
I
late
watched
glacial
some.
decennial,
as well.
which temporarily reversed the gradual climatic warming after the last glacial maximum started.
Sometimes
receding
I watch
around
movies at
20,000
2
years
times
ago.
speed. I watched
My problem with this
Tremors
statement is the bit where it says,
recently at 2
reverse
times
the gradual
speed because I had to go to
climatic
bed, but I wanted to watch it.
This graph does show there was climatic warming preceding the Younger Dryas.
That's quite smart.
This period is known as the Bolling Alarod, but what we actually see is a rapid rise in temperature, a rapid fall, a stable period, another rapid fall, a short rise, and then a third rapid fall.
I'm
The Bolling Alarod was
confused.
not a gradual climatic warming.
Graph.
It
Yeah,
wasn't
sorry,
a
I-
stable,
I
improving warm period like it's
clocked
often
out.
stated. It's a progressive decline in
Yeah, alright,
temperature
let's
with
do
not
you
one
wanna do
but
another
three
one?
sharp falls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is all science and fact.
Science.
Give us
We
some
want
the
the
beginning of the Younger
mystery
Dryas.
the
and
I'm
mystery.
not an expert.
I wanna
but
see
this
the
doesn't look like,
dinosaurs.
boom, an impact changes the course of improving climate
Hold
and
on.
plunges the world into chaos.
It's like
It looks
slowly
more like the beginning of the
rotating
Younger
in my
Dryas
chair.
is
My
actually
body's
the end of a period of
spinning
cooling,
like a
and we can
roach.
actually see a
Around and
cycle.
around you go.
You spin me right round.
I want to have a whole different video on
Right
aliens, but I
round.
still want to watch the. Want to watch the UFO sightings from the footage that they released.
Oh yeah. Oh god, can we?
Can we do it?
Yeah. So there was a recent one of like an orb in Iraq that was crazy.
Oh yeah. What should I look
Yeah,
up?
yeah. Just like recent UFO video, I think is probably because it was on like the official news websites. It's
Wait,
not like
wait,
some.
wait.
Let me know when I can show you screen.
Wah, wah. You can show it now.
Okay.
I like this one.
Ooh, yeah, go for it.
Uh-oh. That's the less. Happy Mother's Day, chat.
Happy Mother's Day.
Soon to
And
be.
Gillette.
And Gillette, it doesn't know what to target me with. This is incognito anyway.
Are you a mother or in need of a
Burly
ranger?
Let's go back to normal speed.
Rake it ad block.
I thought I did.
Chrome's been starting to block ad block, but also I think you have to turn it on for incognito, like manually.
I tried to check this, like, and it said it was on.
But yeah, Chrome's been cutting down on ad block, like doesn't work anymore on some of them.
Guys don't like Australian ads. Okay, I see.
Is there other life out there? NBC's Kathy Park has our Sunday focus.
For generations, our fascination with
There it is,
UFOs and aliens have fueled hit TV
Aw,
shows
that's
like X-Files, iconic films,
E.T. phone home,
and comedy sketches.
They were gray with big fat eyes, little mouths.
But for some real-life pilots, mysterious objects they've recently spotted in the skies are proving that truth is stranger than fiction.
There's nothing that flies that high. So the odds of it being a military aircraft doing high G loads like that, it's impossible. It's either artificial or biological.
A Pew Research Center survey shows 2/3
they're
of
the only
Americans
two
believe
options.
intelligent life exists on other planets, and more unexplainable sightings are adding to the growing push for answers from the U.S.
I want that
government.
raw footage of that.
Wasn't there a lot of stuff happening in America in a really short amount of time?
This week on Capitol Hill, the top Pentagon official reviewing
Wait, we were
unidentified
talking
aerial
about
phenomena, or UAP.
You were talking about that today. How a lot of UFO sightings happen around nuclear sites.
Yeah. Especially like missile sites. And like in terms of test launch or something, like sightings peak. Or even
again,
if
What I was talking about with my theory today was like how they intervened
only interfering.
during
Interestingly,
nuclear war.
I didn't bring this up in my one, but it also came up in my one as well. Like
Aliens and nuclear weapons, man.
No, they're against nuclear weapons.
Yeah, no, they're against nuclear weapons. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh yeah. But like,
they don't like it, and that's why I think they're smarties. I don't know.
But there's the theory that they're not even like doing it for us. They're doing it for the like ramifications of like the wider universe.
Says they're investigating roughly 650 cases. That's up
That's
from more
crazy.
than 500 reported at the beginning of the year.
The majority of unidentified objects reported to Arrow demonstrate mundane characteristics of balloons, unmanned aerial systems,
Jesus, that's
clutter,
so
natural
fast,
phenomena,
too.
other readily explainable sources.
Insane.
And so far, no.
Oh, yeah, the ones that go
any
underwater?
of them are aliens.
What?
But with a team of researchers,
Bruh,
Harvard
the triangle
astrophysicist-
ones. Sorry, I'm eating shapes. The triangle ones
No,
get
good.
me because my parents said they saw a triangle UFO on the way
Yeah.
to Melbourne,
Oh god.
like in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Apparently, like it popped up. I've said this, I think, on one of these streams before, but I was driving in the middle of the night and it popped up, and all of a sudden it was just gone, and it was a triangle.
Jeez.
But yeah.
Avi
Is it-
Loeb
I've heard a
is
few. Oh, sorry,
leading
my
on
bad.
Sorry. Sorry.
I've heard a few stories of like the Australian like outback where there's one I saw on Reddit where this guy was camping on the side of the road because that's just what he did. He was a bit of a nomad. He tucked himself under some trees next to a road, set up his campsite, and sort of just fell asleep. And then like 7 cop cars pulled up next to his campsite, and he thought, "Oh god, I'm busted. They're gonna like, get me to a better place or something." They don't like me being here. But they didn't see him. They just stopped at the road, stood there for about 5 minutes, and then a massive object flew over, like a massive triangle of lights. It's the middle of the night, and then all the cops left, and nothing. He didn't hear anything
happened.
about it afterwards.
I would
yeah.
be so afraid if I was him. I would be like,
Yeah.
oh my god, they were
Fucking
here.
Shitting myself. Yeah. And you wonder, like, yeah, were they like, were they clearing the area to make sure no one saw it? And they just this one camper just managed to see it all. Yeah.
It's like, do they know?
Yeah.
Rita said she saw some stuff in this. She showed us a video while we were out.
Oh yeah.
It's like these orbs in the sky, like above the highway. just floating around. And she said people were stopping and trying to take videos of it and stuff.
Yeah.
They're
She
showing
said
it
there was
to
like
us.
7 of them.
Yeah, 7 different like flashes of light. That's wild. Alien stuff makes me scary. I'm scared.
They've got a name for the ones that go underwater and like travel underwater, like all domain vehicles or something instead of UFOs. There's some name for them, but yeah. Anyway.
Science to dig deeper.
Even if we have a million...
Try to record it, but I think I'd be too nervous.
Yeah, you'd probably try, but then
Depends how close it is.
I get afraid. I'm afraid of that stuff. It's like interesting to me, but
I want to be
I
like,
told you-
pick me up, pick me up, pick me up.
oh god, pick
I
him
told
and
you
only
about
him. I don't
when I
want
was
to do
like-
anything with this.
Oh yeah, not from our house. If I told you when I was like stopped at a traffic light and I saw like it was so weird. I saw like a weird light in the sky. It was a green light, and I mean it could be anything and whatever. Like I thought it was a helicopter, and then it just started spiraling down really fast, like towards
Oh
the
my
ground, and
God.
like so much so that I thought I was going to see a helicopter crash. Like it was like really, really dramatic,
When
and
was
then
this?
it just disappeared. It was a few years ago.
Jeez.
Do we know each other?
Yeah,
Oh,
I thought I told you about that.
remember that works.
We
Oh,
spent a-
don't say. Yeah.
No, I'll tell you later where it was.
That was when Ray appeared.
Yeah, that was right.
Then I came into Zan's life.
It might have been. Well, it was like close enough that like if it was a crash,
It would have been on the
I
news.
feel like I
think.
would have seen it though. It was close
Oh,
enough
wow.
that I would have seen it because yeah, just based on where I was, like it was so strange.
Bigger than like a drone? You don't think it could be? It could have been. But, they weren't that around that much back then.
It was definitely like 2017
Oh, okay.
or 18.
Oh, okay.
So they might have been a drone, but I don't know. It was just weird. It was like the positioning in the sky was like it wasn't close enough to be a drone, but like it wasn't too far away either. It was kind of weird. It was in a weird spot. But yeah, I was like convinced I was gonna hear like a like.
That shit's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The images from cell phone cameras, they are not equivalent to one crisp image with high resolution from a well-calibrated scientific instrument.
Loeb is planning an expedition to Papua New Guinea this summer to search for what he thinks may be an interstellar object that crashed down there in 2014.
Finding evidence for extraterrestrial technologies could provide us with a glimpse at our technological future, because that would be the biggest discovery that humanity ever made if we happen not to be alone in our cosmic neighborhood.
And even if space aliens aren't coming to us, we're taking big steps to rocket into outer space ourselves.
This fucks me up that there could have been like
SpaceX
stuff
pushing the
happening and
limits
it's
this
been
week,
suppressed
launching
as
its
well.
most powerful rocket ever built.
Yeah.
Except shortly after liftoff, the
I've heard a lot of the
uncrewed
problems with the
craft exploded.
recordings is that they're recorded on like classified cameras, and they don't want to release that sort of.
SpaceX founder Elon Musk.
They don't want to let the enemy know
stated
how
all this success.
good our cameras
And
are, or
earlier
like
this
what our
month,
technology can do.
Or even like what angles they're looking at.
Yeah. Where are they? Yeah.
NASA introduced the 4 astronauts who hope to return to lunar orbit next year.
I wanted to watch that
paving
launch
the way for
live that was
them to
happening,
return
and they
to the
cancelled
moon.
it. Remember?
We need to be better
Like
to
too
Oh, yeah, it
soon.
hap-
into our planet.
It did
now.
happen.
2 days later it went up. Yeah, 2 days later.
Was it successful?
It was a test flight. They got further than they thought they were going to get.
Oh, okay.
But it did eventually explode midair.
Continue to track them.
Hey, Willie, good morning to you. Yeah,
But
NASA is also exploring
that
the
was
solar
expected.
system and beyond, looking for extraterrestrial life. With the renewed interest in UAPs last year, NASA commissioned an independent study largely focused on aerial phenomena. The goal is to come up with ways to inform.
I want to try and see like that army footage. Oh, wait, you want to see the Iraq ones, right?
Yeah. I think it was Iraq. It was like drone footage, which I mean that's terrible,
one?
but like it captured like alien. Yes, it was that one. Yeah. Maybe we'll go for the short. Oh. Yeah, because that's Sky News.
Sky
Fuck, okay.
News.
I was gonna say. I mean, I think they'll just show the footage at
They're
least.
probably
I don't
just,
want
like,
like some.
they're fucking uploading it regardless.
Yeah.
But...
I don't want a talking head. That's all. I just want to see the footage. That's all.
Mm.
Yeah. That should. Yeah. Go for it.
How was that footage?
This one's this freaks me
weeks
out.
ago, right?
Yeah. This
US
one's
Defense
crazy.
Department.
Why did they zoom in? There you go. That's the original. Stop zooming in. Sorry. I might find a link and I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah.
That's moving really fast. This
It
is
looks like it's falling, but like, it's not.
Yeah.
It just never falls. Yeah.
Mm.
Going. That's wild.
Why do they edit this shit? Why just give us the original?
12 minutes.
Yeah. Can I link you this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's way easier to track if they don't zoom in like they did. Where's chat? Let's put it in general chat. I've got the time stamp on there as well.
I just put in the URL.
Yeah, just copy and paste
Okay.
URL. I've got the screen not showing for now, and I'll up.
Okay, it's on now.
So she's
We got
Uno's back.
Uno's back.
Uno's back.
This is Burger King, by the way, Americans.
My God, me and Zan went to Hungry Jack's the other night,
Mm.
and a literal kid served us. Like they looked like they were 12.
Oh my god.
And we heard them. They were manning the drive-through. They were taking orders, and then they were giving out food, and then doing payment and stuff all at the same time. And I was like,
it's like
it was so much.
Damn.
Like just that alone. They were
God.
just alone in there, and I was like, oh my god.
At 9 p.m. A kid just working at 9 p.m.
Like, definitely have school the next day. Can you please?
Yeah. I wonder if it's one of those franchise situations where it's like the parents are just like just get their
work.
kids to work. Yeah.
Mm.
That's kind of sad. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe they enjoy it. I don't know.
They don't get paid enough. They like
Yeah, no.
they cap younger wages under 18 here, right?
Mhm.
Mhm. It goes up based on age.
Yeah, like a 14-year-old would probably only earn like $10 or something an hour, right?
Fucked up.
Yeah.
Same work.
Yeah, for the
I
same
think
work.
for the first week at Macca's, because I started at Macca's when I was in high school. It was $5 an hour.
Oh
Until
my
you-
God!
Until you work your first week, and then it goes up to like 10 or like 12 or I think it was $13 an hour maybe.
Fucked up.
But yeah. I mean,
That's
it's
so bad.
it's crazy. I don't know.
Okay, let's have a look at this. South Asian Object 1 taken on January 15th.
So there's a few videos looped in here, but if you go to the timeline, you'll see there's a bit of a jump in towards the end.
Oh, here?
Yeah, that's the new footage that I was talking about without the whole zoom in.
Let's have a look. Looks like a cell.
Oh yeah, this isn't the video; it's the next one. It'll come up.
There we
This
go.
one.
Shit, there's like people
What the
walking
fuck?
around.
How wild is that? It's sharp. It's not out of focus.
Yeah, it's so weird. What was this caught on?
It was some sort of a drone, like an American drone.
That's so.
Sorry, I
weird.
feel like it derailed because this is like my favorite recent video when it comes to UFOs.
No, it's not derailed. This is what all the sightings are kind of like.
Yeah.
That doesn't.
Unidentified.
It just doesn't look like that's something. That kind of video, I just don't feel like you can kind of go, oh, it could be this or it could be that. It like very clearly is what it is.
Yeah. Honestly, the past like 6 to 8 months has made me a bit of a believer in the whole phenomenon. Like, yeah.
Like I always believe that the universe is way too big there not to be, but I wasn't sure if they were
like intelligent and had
contact, I guess.
technology, or had made the jump over to our universe.
Yeah. What's this?
This is declassified footage, by the way. It's not just like some guy uploading a video.
Yeah, declassified. I love declassified.
It's yeah.
What's this?
February 2020, an Airbus A320 is on a routine flight soaring over Medellin, Colombia. Little does the captain know he's about to find out he's sharing the friendly skies.
The pilot does us the favor of showing his altimeter, and we can see that he's flying around 30,000 feet in altitude.
The pilot then points his camera phone out of the cockpit window, and watch this as he zooms in. A metallic-looking object.
Oh shit, it's Ball!
It's Ball, it's back!
It's the Ball is
We slow it down and zoom in further.
Jesus.
Could be a balloon.
It looks the same.
It has these kind of little
what the fuck?
that stick out. It does seem to be darker in color and not
It looks fake, but like
balloon.
real.
Whatever
Like,
this
it's
is,
very...
it definitely shouldn't be there.
One theory is that if we were visited by another civilization, they might send probes ahead of when they actually come.
February 2020.
Does that mean they're coming?
This is in 2020. I guess they're still doing it. If that
Takes a
whole
while to get
thing
here.
With yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, the orb in the other orb video
Yeah.
was more recent.
That was
so-
this year. That was like January, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Still
Oh wait, no, a
probing.
couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah, no, it was like last month
Oh,
when it happened. I think there was something where like it was leaked, and then because it was leaked, I think they just ended up declassifying it.
$69 US special.
What
the fuck?
is that?
Oh, well, let's get ripped together.
I was so scared this is gonna be not safe for work for a second. I was like, why is it moving like that?
What is it doing to that man?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it looks like one of those pregnancy simulators. The what is EDM? Not EDM. Something machine. Yeah.
This one have I guess it. There you go. This
Thames,
is the one.
Thames machine.
Thames.
Sorry. Yeah, Thames. It's like
In the
it's a machine
language
that like
of
shocks
the
your
US
muscles.
Department of Defense, these are unidentified aerial phenomena. Videos
These were
which add
declassified
fuel
stuff.
to the belief of some that we are not alone. The first incident was filmed off the California coast in 2004.
Yeah, this one.
An oval shape hovering. And
Oh,
in the words
shit,
of the Navy
2004.
pilot who recorded this, not behaving by the normal laws of physics.
The way it jolts around freaks me
In
out.
2015, pilots
Mm.
flying off the east coast of America.
Like Uncanny
spotted
Valley
this.
stuff.
I think some of the movements are from the camera itself as well, but also a lot of it is just like
Speed
it doesn't make
and
much
movement
sense.
Apparently astounding, experienced air crew.
Like the rotation, that's weird.
Yeah.
It's so
That
weird.
same year, racing across the surface of the ocean, something that it took some skill to capture.
Oh, fast.
All of these videos have been leaked in the past, but the US government now confirms they are genuine.
Why now? Like they
In a statement, the Department of Defense said it was releasing the videos in order to clear up any misconceptions by the public on whether or not the footage that's been circulating was real or whether or not there is more to the videos. The aerial phenomena observed in these videos, they say, remain characterized as unidentified. Those who've actually been to space are skeptical about what the videos reveal.
These objects are probably some kind of secret military program, and what these pilots saw were real. They saw them, and they filmed and photographed them. And the Pentagon, I'm assuming, declassified them because there was a lot of speculation going out there. They had already been leaked, so why not come out and say, okay, these films are.
I wonder if other astronauts would hate on astronauts saying this shit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's a few astronauts that are like aliens are real, and there's a few that are just like nah.
Yeah.
I just don't understand though. Like,
I don't know how you can believe they're not in a way. Like that's like being out there. Like fuck.
like aircrafts and drones and shit like that. Like, yes, I believe people could make them.
Yeah.
But I also believe that the people would make things like there would be other representations of similar things, like in society as a whole. Like, I don't No.
I feel like
Why would
if-
it just be the US government making things like that?
yeah, like universities would have discovered technologies as well, and like other governments would have discovered.
Other
like,
governments would have similar things, and like
yeah.
I don't know. It's just weird.
Unless the US is just like behind the scenes way ahead of everybody that we just can't comprehend it, but yeah.
Like, made me think as well, like, even about that thing that I was talking about with the future. I was like, oh, I guess we did get wiped out. So how long would it take us to kind of get back to a technological age that we're at the moment? You know what I mean? If things were to suddenly go fucked. Like, how long would it be until we had iPads again?
Well, if that also happened in the past, like where were we?
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know, as well.
Yeah.
The Younger Dryas event.
Yeah, that was that
If
event
they-
he was talking about, but I didn't get it. I guess I was talking about it through like a scientific data
lens.
lens.
Yeah.
Yeah, a factual lens, you know.
Yeah, the facts.
Non-conspiratorial. Yeah.
Not the speculation.
I mean, I like
Speculation is so much
pairing.
fun, though.
Yeah, I like pairing them together, but I guess maybe the way he did it, my brain wasn't comprehending what was being talked about.
This time of night.
It's yeah. I don't think you can what do you not diagnose? I don't think you can digest it like on a stream. You like you gotta like concentrate or like put it in the background while you're working.
Thinking about a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Genuine, they do exist, but we don't know what they are.
Of course, the US has a long history of reported UFO sightings. This
What is
image
this cut?
captured by a couple in Oregon in 1950, regarded as one of the most significant.
Most people from
They
the
were
government
certain
bodies that talk
this
about
was
them
a
are
UFO.
looked down on by their peers,
And the
right?
Nevada
Oh
desert
yeah,
continues to
yeah.
attract those who believe.
And a lot of
seriously or
pilots
not,
worry about
that
losing their
Area
license,
51
their pilot
houses
license, because
crashed alien spacecraft
it's like
and
a
their
psychiatric.
Oh yeah.
Is
Issues.
the world
Need to be
gripped by more
mentally
earthbound
well
concerns right
right?
now?
Yeah,
These
yeah.
videos will, for
So-
many, confirm what they've
the
always
same
believed,
thing as like, fuck,
that
I'm
the
afraid
truth
about
is out there. Greg Milam, Sky News, Los Angeles.
society, so I won't speak.
Thanks for being the best, Mum. To snuggle?
The Naruto running into Area 51.
Untitled.
Can we? I think this is the second time we probably watched it on stream. If we're gonna watch it.
The
Hey!
No!
Oh.
No! Man, you can't have UFOs without that guy popping up.
God.
Is Joe Rogan a pro UFOer? Like, what's he?
He's really interested in the subject, and he likes to really get deep in the whole curiosity of it. But I don't think he bounces back and forth a lot between believing and not believing. But it also depends what guest he has on. That guy just like agrees with whatever guest he has on.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh god, I don't want to click on that. A ghost? No.
Oh yes.
No, I'm so
Please,
afraid.
yes. Can you show us? Show us the Arizona.
You can look
ghost.
away.
I will look away, I guess, and take my headphones off. How long does this go for? 40. Oh, fuck's sake, it's already going. Alright, it's happening now.
Yeah, sorry, I'll show the video. My bad. Ew.
I don't understand.
It's a bit washed out on our stream chat. On stream, I mean. There it is on the right. It's just a person.
It's just a person.
But God, I worry for their safety.
They look a little bit see-through though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all Fox. Why is
Sometimes I
everything
feel
we
a bit
watch in
see-through.
Fox? Damn.
Damn.
That's a goblin.
Bigfoot is real. All shocking.
Wait, no, I feel like we're getting derailed. What were we actually?
Yeah, what
looking
were we
for?
gonna do?
Ooh, it was
having
Younger
Naruto
Dryas. Oh, Naruto run? Yeah, let's go watch Naruto
What were we
run.
watching? When we were watching.
Yeah, Area 51 Naruto run.
Okay. Original? What?
Original.
I've never seen this before. This one? Which one
Yeah,
are we
I
looking
think
at?
the first. What is that a news channel? Reporting
It's
on
got
it?
10 million views.
Yeah,
do it. Let's do it.
It is the viral sensation that is sending the internet buzzing right now. Our very own Joe Bartels is a top trending GIF after someone photobombs his live report.
Yeah, already this video now has been viewed at least 1.5 million times, shared tens of thousands of times. Even now, Time Magazine is talking about it.
Who would have known? 13 investigative reporter Joe Bartels is live in Rachel, Nevada. And Joe, this has really taken off. And you spoke with the guy behind it.
Tandrisha, it really has. So there I was yesterday preparing for my live report when that guy approached us and said, hey, do you need an interview? I told him, well, we're about 90 seconds from our live hit, a pretty standard time cue in television. I said, I'd love to talk to you afterwards. And well, as we saw, there's nothing quite like live television.
It's just one of the, let's say, interesting things when your job requires poise and composure.
And show.
As our live report concluded, I saw a flash of a shadow race behind me.
Rachel, Nevada at 6:30.
It's a ghost.
Joe Bartels, 13 action.
It's a ghost.
Within hours, the video was making the rounds.
Imagine if there's ghosts at Naruto Run.
The front page. Everyone was talking about this guy in the live shot doing Naruto Run, a signature move referenced in the Storm Area 51 Facebook event posting from July.
First question, the hardest one. How do you say and spell your first and last name?
Elia, E-L-I-A, Elixir, E-L-I-X.
God, I would not say my first and
Elia
last name
is
to the
guy,
camera.
a bit off the wall, who demonstrated his
Wait, did he call himself Elixir Elixir?
Really wanted to see
Elia Elixir?
Elia Elixir.
Well, I've been here a month ago. I came here, and I was practicing my Naruto running in front of Area 51.
Elixir says
Why he
he's
says
the
it.
trip to Rachel, Nevada, mere miles from
He's
the infamous
playing the
and
character,
top
right?
secret military
I hope
base
so.
known as Area 51 before.
Yeah, it's
He
gonna
was
be a fake
prepared
name.
for anything.
It's on his hat.
Yeah, we filled up the car with food, water, a lot of water, and hopefully I capture some aliens.
Many of the people
Yeah,
Oh my
he's
God,
doing
he's
that
doing
don't
that
have
voice
cell service
that
while in Rachel,
your
Nevada,
friend
haven't had a
does,
chance
man.
to weigh in on the
The
viral
exact
moments
same voice.
online.
And so my phone does get service.
I
and it has
find
been
the
blowing
idea
up on
that,
every platform imaginable,
like, the
Facebook,
government
Twitter,
standing in
Instagram,
Area
really all day
51
from
with, like,
people
the
kind of,
gathering guns
highlighting
out,
that as
everyone
now
just
a
Naruto
internet
running
meme,
towards
another
the
example of just how far and fast
Well, the government said, if you do this, we will shoot you.
Yeah, they did. It was fucked up. It was fucked up.
They just had to make sure everyone, this isn't a joke. We can shoot you.
What the hell's this?
You're not doing it for the meme.
It is the viral.
I'm getting some weird fucking
Yeah.
ads now.
Yeah, as soon as you go into conspiracy holes, man.
What's that Australian one? Australian players just full of aliens? Or another
Nope.
rap?
I think Fish is just rejoining.
A purple rat.
Pine Gap?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was Pine Gap. There's another big UFO site. I think it's more of just a government site. Pine Gap is, but
Isn't it like,
it's like
why
it's,
something? Why? UFO. It's like a UFO
Why?
town.
Oh. No, I don't know.
Small jab. Is Vice? Should we watch it? A small Japanese town is a UFO hotspot.
That's interesting.
Watch that.
I like Vice reports.
Yeah, I do too. I find them interesting.
そうですね、なんか。
We're not aliens, we're Australians.
Senganmori Mountain is a mystical and mysterious place.
山岳信仰とかね、昔は山をこう神様みたいな感じで見てたでしょ。
ああ、はいはいはい。
見てたんですよ、日本って。
The legend is that it was created by aliens. Ever since the 1970s, residents from the nearby town of Ino, Fukushima, have reported seeing strange flying objects here.
山自体をこう
そうそうそう、ここ。
でもなぜなんですかね。なぜそんな石を。
だからそれがね、UFO がこう何かね、目印になってんのか。
目印。ああ。それはもう飯野町の UFO の研究者たちとかはもう宇宙人が置いたもの。
いや、そういうふうには分かって決めてはないけど、どっちかなっていうことです。
Ryuichi Aso grew up in Ino, hearing stories about the unidentified flying objects. He's dedicated his adult life to solving the mystery and now helps to run a new UFO research center at the base of Mount Senganmori.
でも飯野ってちょっと小さい町だけど、そういうUFO でみんな町を盛り上げようっていうことで今まとまってイベントやってるから、そういうことでは楽しい町になったなと思いますけどね。
Fuck up.
The carved
Right now we're
alien.
heading to the
Sick.
contact deck, and this is where we can come into contact with UFOs and aliens.
ここもちょっと地場が狂うよっていう。
そうなんですか。はいはい。
Oh my god, they have a few.
なぜこの
Wonder if it
センガモリ
feels
は特
different
に
there.
UFO のエネルギーを持つっていう風に知られて
The
るんです
vibes, you mean?
なんかその
He said something about the like
Magnetic
magnetic
energy.
地場が強くて、
Yeah.
でその
Do you know how like
UFO 自体のそのエネルギーにしてるんじゃないかとか。
can magnetic fields make you feel weird?
And they make you feel sick.
I've heard like a lot of scientific reports where they don't do anything. Unless they're like unbelievably strong to the point where you have metal. Because people go through MRI machines. I don't know if you get sick
Yeah,
after
that's
that.
true. And they're
Yeah. How do they
But
like
there's
come to be magnetic? Like
Fucking
natural.
magnets, how do they work?
Yeah, magnets
I don't
work.
know.
The fuck?
Yeah.
magic.
All I know is about like aligning the particles in like steel and like other metallic objects, but that's as far as my knowledge goes.
It's something
and
to
like
do with, like,
electromagnetic
The
fields.
rotation of the world and stuff, right? Like the poles.
What the world's magnetic field? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because we have an iron core, you know, Earth.
Planet?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know. I feel like this is one of those subjects where you start talking and then you realize how little you know. Yeah.
I feel that.
And it's just like, fuck.
It's like vague stuff you learn in like year 8, like
Yeah.
something like science or geology.
Geology, yeah.
地場が引き寄せてるんじゃないかとかいうことで、千貫森が UFO の基地なんじゃないかとかっていう話もありまして、で多いんじゃないかなっていうふうに。
その UFO を目撃するのには何か特別な、パワーとかスキルとか必要なんですか？
まあ信じることじゃないですか。
Over the last few years, a lot of people, including governments, are taking UFO encounters more seriously. In 2020, a Pentagon report detailed 143 sightings of aerial objects that can't be explained.
Oh my gosh! They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west.
Including 3 video clips captured by US pilots that apparently show, well, we have no idea.
It's rotating. Oh my gosh, dude.
Bad frame.
Even before this footage was
Oh,
released,
this shit looks like what Rita
a
found.
survey found that 1
Oh, it
in
looks- yeah,
5
it does.
Japanese believed humanity had made secret contact with aliens.
There's something about
With interest in
novelty Japanese
extraterrestrials
locations.
growing,
It's
the town
really
of
interesting.
Ino opened its
So
own research
charming.
center in
Yeah.
2021, hoping to one day lead the world in the study of UFOs.
ここでまあこういったことで今度たくさんのUFO が飛来してくればいいなっていう感じ。
UFO はやっぱり大歓迎なんですね。
大歓迎ですね。まあ絶対見たいね私は。千貫森のまあ宇宙基地未来予想図みたいものをやっぱり模型として飾ってありますね。
Oh my god, I love that.
この研究所は何を目的としているのでしょうか？
ブログで集中して集めてみようっていうのがまず最大の目的ですね。どんな驚愕的なものが集まるんだろうっていうこれが一番のあれですね。大きな。
Besides some pretty imaginative displays, the center is gathering serious data on life beyond Earth,
宇宙人の姿。
including previously classified CIA reports and eyewitness accounts of alien encounters.
宇宙人ですね。
ですね。ちょっと ET を思い出しますね。
そう。まあこちらをミステリーゾーンを過ぎると、まあ
I'm gonna get
宇宙
some.
エリア
Hold
という
on.
ことで、これはちょっと音と光で。
God.
金属音出るから磁力を持ってるんでしょうね。
It's like a meteorite or something.
やってみていいですか？
どうぞ。
じゃああれですかね、一晩中
そう
やってたら5センチ。
もう何人も来ますよ。周りに。
Tsugio Kinoshita is another senior researcher at the institute in Ino.
There are 3 boom locations
Oh, no.
that would potentially grow.
Oh my God, hold on.
200,000.
This is not real estate.
Over the next 12 to 24 months. Now, there's been a lot.
I strongly disagree.
He says he doesn't need proof to believe in UFOs because he saw one with his own eyes.
Was that
in
a traditional
1972.
instrument? I think it was just a rock.
木下さんはいつ UFO を目撃した
Maybe
の
wrong.
でし
I
ょう
hope
か？
it didn't offend anybody. Just said.
私が25の時、箕輪山の山頂付近で
I thought it was a rock, like something that he had taken from the area.
Yeah,
そん
yeah.
なものが目の前に張り付いてた。一歩踏み出して見たら消えていた。
木下さんに姿を現したと思いますでしょうか？
で、遠いお空の向こうには我々もいるんだよと、そういうことを知ってほしかったんじゃないかなと。
Ever since his encounter almost 40 years ago, Kinoshita has been collecting evidence of aliens.
まだこの時代はデジタルカメラはほとんどないからフィルムカメラなんで、
Oh wow, what fantastic books.
偽物を作ればすぐ分かっちゃうわけなんだけど、だから多分信用がおけるっていうことなんだろうと思う。
Skeptics argue these sightings could be a natural phenomenon or some kind of advanced government technology.
I want to be
Still,
like, no,
UFOs
believe
and
the old man.
aliens have been
He's too
appearing in
nice.
Japanese literature
Very
since
sweet
the
old man.
19th century.
Yeah, he's too sweet to.
These
to deny.
19th century fucking drawings.
Oh,
I love that.
言われるんで
Are
す
you
けど。
joking? Like that?
で、
Let
そ
me
れ
go
にやっ
back.
ぱ
I
り
wanna have a look at that
関心
again.
を持って、
Been appearing in
basket.
Japanese or some kind of advanced government technology. Still, UFOs
Actually,
and
do you know that
aliens have
story?
been appearing in Japanese literature since the 19th
So,
century.
do you mind pausing? I wouldn't mind telling you real quick. There was a like a craft that washed up on a Japanese coast, and a woman was inside it, and she had red hair. I think they described her as pale skin, so I don't know if she was meant to be European or an alien. Apparently, is like another theory. I think she ended up like living in Japan and like sort of becoming a part of the culture.
You say why she was in a craft?
When?
No, I don't think they can understand, or like maybe she couldn't remember. There's something about like a breakdown of communication at some point.
When was this?
It was it was a long time ago. I'll try to find it. Hang on.
Wow.
時にどうやったらよく言われるんですけど、で空にやっぱり関心持って、
Am I misremembering this?
広い
It was an old
世界とい
story.
うかね、広い世界をきちんと認識しながら一つ一つこう謎を解いてミステリーを解いていってほしいと。
Usturo Boon.
宇宙人が来
Okay,
る
I'm
こ
not
と
gonna
によ
try
って
to pronounce
恐れる
Japanese.
気持ちとかはありますか？
それはないですね。
Descended
ウ
to
ェルカムですね。
Yeah. If you Google this, the
攻
Wikipedia
撃して
is
くるとは思えないから
the
ですね。
first link. I'll send it to you as
ただ
well.
稲町としてはその UFO で
But if you YouTube
街を
it
盛り上
as
げたい
well,
な
I
と思
might
ってる
share
んで、
something.
もし
I'll
現
post it in
れれ
Japanese
ば
as
仲
well.
良くしたいなと思いますね。
This Vice video I really love about.
So apparently,
Again, it's not like about like they're called Bazoo something. They're like Japanese
best.
bike gangs, like flashy bikes and cars.
Oh,
A
yeah.
Vice documentary about it, and I fucking love.
Yeah, it's so over the top. The bikes, they're so.
They're fucking cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another weird Japanese story of like that. Sorry if it's offensive anybody. If anybody's like religious, but that Jesus never died and he actually moved to Japan. And there's a town in Japan that believes they have the burial site of Jesus.
Wow. What
And
town?
man, I'll try to find it. I think if you just type Jesus Japan, you get the result.
Japan.
Yeah.
Japan.
But yeah, it's a little town that believes that they have the and that he also had a family when he moved to Japan as well. Yeah, crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah, there's a family that claims to be the descendants of Jesus.
I wonder...
Welcome back, Bunda. How are you?
How are ya? Did I type in that that name that you sent me?
Oh, the woman from the
Yeah.
Oh, hey, little Ray.
Oh, little Ray.
Oh, small.
So small. We're all so small.
Oh, we're like babies.
Oh, no babies.
Oh, I'm stuck. I need help. How do I get up?
Or child-sized. Maybe a bit smaller than child-sized.
I think it's half size.
Muppet babies.
Oh my god, hello rats.
What does it look like? Sit back down, Ray. I'm gonna cut to your camera.
I'll try. Hold on.
Oh, you can't see? Sorry,
I can't see.
My bad.
Why are my eyes like that?
Because the calibration, they're pointing towards where there's a center of focus point. Yeah. What does Zan look like? I don't think you can see it.
It looks so scary still because of the fire. Why don't I love you?
What?
They're saying, Ray, you don't love us.
What does that mean?
Why? I kiss every one of you. Wah.
The kiss of death.
Why they die?
Yeah, if you do end up googling, YouTubing that name I sent you, yeah, you'll just get someone going over the video of it. In fact, it's Trey the what's his name? Trey the Explainer. He's a good YouTube channel as well.
Okay. Dan,
Yeah,
I
but
don't love them. What?
Almost rat-sized.
You're plague rats? Oh no, that's why they died.
No. That's why they died. Hang on, I'll be back.
Yeah, he's
this one. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the black and white image.
I love it. No, don't. We're gonna get DMCA'd. No, I kind of pop and this.
Smarter and faster. With Wix,
Wix
you can edit your
.com.
meta tags.
Back now. I'm big now.
Yeah, you get down. Yeah, you're in front of the screen.
Lucky.
You might be tabbed.
Oh.
Hello
yeah,
there,
they're
guys, and
constant.
welcome back to another
That song is like
Trade
burned into
Explainer.
my memory.
I know, they
today,
ruined
I'll be
it for
discussing,
me.
examining,
Yeah.
and breaking down a mysterious and obscure event in history for you guys. The curious case of the Itsuro Bune, or
I'm going to link this in
Itsuro
chat
Fune,
because I like this
or
guy's
the
channel.
hollow ship incident in 19th century Japan, held up by many as strong evidence of extraterrestrial visitation in our not-so-distant past. It's an odd and slightly creepy story, and I'm guessing not a lot of you guys have even heard of this thing, so...
Sorry, I just love the thought of like a Florence Welch type woman washing up at a Japanese beach, and they're just like, "Oh my god,
it's Florence the Machine."
Yes, Florence the Machine. But back in like the old times when communication was a lot harder.
Without further ado, the episode. Also, get ready for probably a ton of mispronunciations. Sorry, I tried my best.
Yeah, me too.
The image of the flying saucer, thin gravity-defying metal frisbees appear extremely commonly in pop culture, particularly in
getting water.
America.
Keep playing.
Ever since the 1930s, for some reason, we as a culture have come to accept that little green men, aliens, if they do exist, ride around in these curious devices, famously referred to by the United States Air Force in 1952 as unidentified flying objects, or UFOs.
What did you say?
From everything to comic books and cartoons to major...
Was that a Lois impression?
Yeah.
Peter.
films, these flying discs are a staple in alien depictions in art. Why we have come to assume such a thing about extraterrestrials, seemingly on little factual basis, is perhaps something best saved for another day. However, this assumption has led some people to search for notable events in history involving disc-shaped craft and re-examining them to suggest possible alien contact over the centuries. For instance, many medieval and Renaissance paintings are claimed by ancient astronaut theorists to have UFOs and flying saucers hidden in the margins or in the clouds. Art historians, however, have so far shown these assumptions to be false and misguided. For example, this 1350 fresco in a Serbian monastery is an artistic depiction of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Ancient Aliens claims the two objects in the sky to his right and to his left are alien spacecraft or UFOs. But as it turns out, they are merely a stylized representation of the sun and moon motif common in artwork of this scene. The moon and sun are simply being personified as human beings in the same way we often give them human faces in artwork today. Similar results have been shown to be true about other claimed UFOs in old art and stories. This recontextualizing of historic events and works, mostly done by Ancient Aliens, has led us to the descriptions of a strange craft recorded in 3 books written in the Tokugawa period of Japan. By around the mid-1800s, a very bizarre story based on old tabloid-like news stories began to circulate amongst Japanese folktale writers and novelists, all of them seeming to agree in telling of an event observed in a Japanese fishing village in the Hitachi province in the year 1803. The first of these appeared in one of the works of the famous Tokugawa novelist Kyokuei Bakken in his Tales from the Rabbit Garden, published in 1825, which was followed by similar variants of seemingly the same story from other authors, one appearing in the Diaries and Stories of Castaways, written in 1835 by an unknown author, and The Dust of the Apricot, written by Nagahashi Madajiro in 1844. Original texts of all 3 books thankfully have survived the years in both public and private libraries.
That's good. Why can't they save
Bakken's
everything?
tale appears to be the oldest and most detailed record of the original news story, described in his 1825 book as a story titled Itsurafune no Banjo, or A Foreign Woman in the Hollow Boat. As the story goes, it was February 22nd in the spring of 1803, offshore from a beach under the territory of Ogasawara Ichiwo no Kami. A kind of boat was observed by local fishermen. Concerned, the fishermen got in their small boats and retrieved and towed the craft to shore. Upon closer inspection, it was very, very weird, to say the least. It was round and resembled a type of box used to burn incense in. I'm guessing it looked something like this, as well as a wooden rice pit. It was around 3 meters tall and almost 6 meters in diameter.
Wow.
It was split into 2 separate sections, a top and a bottom. The upper part of the boat was made of red-coated rosewood. The bottom was reinforced by iron or brazen metal plates set to protect the wooden hull from sharp rocks. The upper section possessed several shoji screened windows composed of some kind of glass or crystal and waterproof with pine tree gum or resin. These windows were transparent and allowed the fishermen to look inside the vessel, which was hollow, hence the name.
Wasn't
Inside, they could see the boat contained
5?
bed sheets or carpet, a cake-like food, kneaded meat, and several liters of water in a bottle. Foreign symbols or characters in a language not recognized by the fishermen decorated the inner walls of the ship. The author notes the characters resembled those seen on a British ship recently arrived in Japan.
What?
However,
that's not British.
And
That does
shockingly,
not
the
look
boat
like that.
contained a lone
Oh my God.
passenger, a young woman between the ages of 18 and 20. She was said to have been 1.5 meters or just shy of 5 feet tall, and very, very beautiful, and very outlandish. Her skin was very pale, a pinkish white. She had red hair and eyebrows, and oddly added to her original red hair was long white hair, either changed to white using a powder or as some kind of fur extension, the style of which was not known to the Japanese people. The author takes care to note Japanese explorers in Russia have noted similar looking hair in women of their culture. Let us call her Hollow Boat Chan. She wore very long and smooth clothes of unknown fabric. When she exited the vessel, the fishermen attempted to speak
like a
to her,
DeviantArt
but she
drawing.
spoke
I'm
a
sorry.
language unknown to them, and they were not
This is
able
my
to communicate
OC,
or
Hollow
determine
Boat
where she had
Chan.
come from. She was apparently friendly and peaceful,
She's
but acted
Wolf.
strange as
Oh,
she clutched
She's
a
Pot
small
Wolf.
square box which she held constantly,
Oh, it landed
prevented
in a
anyone from touching
small
or
Japanese
opening.
fishing village.
According to the story, an old villager whose name is
God,
lost to us
she became-
extrapolated
she
that
absorbed
this
Japanese
woman
culture,
may be
that's
a
it.
daughter of a king in a foreign country. She loved another man after marriage, and her lover was put to death. She had been forced to be put in this boat and was left to the sea to be trusted to fate. Her lover's severed head is inside the square box.
My God.
And this is why she was not willing to let anyone hold it. Allegedly, the old man claimed that this occurred in the past, and similar boats with similar women inside drifted ashore on other Japanese beaches. Since
Wait.
there is a precedent...
Why is you putting these women in boxes?
It's an epidemic of women in boxes.
Sailing them out to
Sent
sea.
Japan.
What the fuck? They all end up in Japan.
Why are they all washing up on Japan? Funnily enough, this was not the first woman in a box on a beach in Japan that we found.
You're not special, lady.
Yeah. Job
Put her
on.
with the other ones.
Yeah.
There's a fucking group of boxes. What the fuck? Why was it happening? Were they actually being like, oh, she's been shit, put her in the box, send her away? Like, that's fucked
Kill her
up.
husband, cut off his head, put it in a box, put her in a box,
Why?
put her in the ocean.
Yeah. Jesus.
For casting this kind of boat back out to sea, we had better put her inside the boat and send her away. This treatment would be her destiny. The foreign woman and the hollow boat were then pushed back to the sea and never seen again.
What?
The author
Where did
then
they put it back
theorizes
out?
that the woman may have been a British, Bengali, or...
Wait.
Can you pause
Wait,
this?
no, they didn't.
We
Wait.
don't want anything to do with her. We've got too many washing up on our Japan shores. Put her back, send her out. Hollow boat Chan. Send out.
He invented
Send her
the hollow
back
boat.
out.
I think I need to go back and have a re-listen to that.
Yeah, let's make sure we got that right.
Let's go back.
Got
a little
another
bit.
one.
She wore
Send her
very
back.
long and smooth clothes, and they were not able to communicate or determine where she had come from. She was apparently friendly and peaceful, but acted strange
Yeah,
as she clutched
considering
a
the
small
xenophobia
square
of it all,
box which
though.
she held constantly and prevented anyone from touching or opening. According to the story, an old villager, whose name is lost to us, extrapolated that this woman may be a daughter of a king in a foreign country. She loved another man after marriage, and her lover was put to death. She had been forced to be put in this boat and was left to the sea to be trusted to fate. Her lover's severed head is inside the square box, and this is why she was not willing to let anyone hold it. Allegedly, the old man claimed that this occurred in the past, and similar boats with similar women inside drifted ashore on other Japanese beaches. Since there is a precedent for casting this kind of boat back out to sea, we had better put her inside the boat and send her away. This treatment would be her destiny. The foreign woman in a hollow boat were then pushed back to the sea and never seen again.
What the hell?
The author then theorizes that the woman may have been a British, Bengali...
Yeah,
Why would you do
none of
that?
this may be like 100% accurate, but it's just hilarious.
It's
The image
hilarious
of
thinking about. All right, get back in the box.
Yeah.
You're going back.
You're going back. Let the sea deal with you.
oh god,
I'm
just
just like,
waving it
thank
off.
fuck, I've landed on land. And they're like, nope, get back in the box.
I said hop in.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That's so fucked up if that's true.
Yeah, imagine surviving a treacherous journey at sea only to be sent back.
Oh god.
or, wait for it, American princess. Though no one knows exactly.
American princess.
He includes illustrations of the boat and the woman based on people at the time of the incident, though he is somewhat disappointed because the illustrations and sentences are not consistent. The account ends with the author asking, "If anyone knows anything concerning this event, please let me know." The 1844 and 1835 versions of the tale are shorter, but the details remain generally the same, though one differs slightly from Bacon's account, instead setting the event in March 24th, 1803, rather than in February, among other differences that will be addressed later. Analysis. So what are we to make of this story of a strange woman and...
To be honest, I'm pretty like I don't know. I'm pretty like, when people can say years, I'm like, damn. But then when people can say months, okay.
What do you mean?
As in like they're it's interesting. Like I'm like, okay.
Different accounts.
You
have
must
very
have.
Similar
Oh no, just like that. Like, they have that level of detail.
Oh yeah.
Oh right.
Down
yeah,
to
yeah.
like months and days. Like even Paul's
It's like
story
when,
said he fell asleep in May and woke up in May of the next year. Thing, yeah.
There's a thing where like when you count the rings in trees, because they're yearly, you can literally be like, a fire happened in 1536. Like, and you can like say the month that it happened apparently as well. That freaks me out as well. And it's not the same thing, but like that whole going back that far, but being that accurate at the same time.
Nature remembers.
The details.
In her bowl-like craft. Was she, as ancient astronaut theorists claim, an alien visitor in a flying saucer coming to visit human beings? Well, probably
Kind
not.
of hope she was. So
First
she could
of
fuck
all,
off back
as
into
strange
the
as this
sky.
story may seem, we should dismiss the claim that this craft was a UFO, and this woman an alien. The hollow ship appears to have been just that, a hollow seafaring boat. The hollow ship never flies, or levitates, or even moves by itself in the ocean. It merely drifts aimlessly. Additionally, the ship was mostly made of wood, the only evidence of any other metallic being the reinforced iron plates in the hull.
But why would you put them in a circle? Why not just give her a little raft and be like, there you go.
It's weird that it had a lid.
Yeah, it had a lid.
Yeah.
Oh god, that reminds me of that famous painting with the clam. Venus?
Venus.
Oh, Venus.
Maybe that's where they originated from.
Maybe
Ladies
it's,
popping out of
clams. Or clam-like boats.
Yeah.
A wooden, low-tech spaceship sounds a little ridiculous. Numerous historians have since pointed out that the hollow ship in fact wasn't anything too out of the technological limits of the time. Circular-shaped wooden boats were definitely nothing unique in Japan for thousands of years.
Oh, okay.
Similar-looking boats were abundant throughout history. The only details about the vessel that are out of the ordinary were the Western-style glass-pane windows and metal plates incorporated into the more familiar Japanese boat design.
That's weird.
No. It seems the UFO or flying saucer connection is mistaken, with the mysterious woman's ship only vaguely resembling the shape of the disc allegedly flown by aliens. It seems unlikely and ridiculous to suggest the woman was an alien in the extraterrestrial science fiction sense of the word. No. It seems far more likely, if this event occurred at all, the woman was simply a foreigner, a non-native Japanese visitor to the island nation, possibly from Russia or America. The original telling of the story in 1825 even favored this explanation. The characteristically white European appearance of the young woman, ginger hair, and Western-looking clothing seems to support this. The strange white hair extensions the woman possessed even matches the limited knowledge of the outside world, namely of Russians native Japanese had at the time. Eyewitnesses agree that she was an alien, but not that kind of alien. She was a Western of white European appearance. It is important to take note of the larger historical context of this alleged event. The Tokugawa or Edo period was best characterized by the nation's extreme isolation. During this time, the rulers of Japan closed the country to the outside world and created a locked state. No one in and no one out. Except for maybe the Dutch, but they were only limited to this port. The world beyond Japan, to the average citizen, became mysterious and elusive, exotic, and maybe even a little frightening.
Oh god, it's a tall man.
Russians,
tall man.
Oh my god!
With their black ships,
he's coming out of the water as well,
man.
Matt.
Wow.
That's crazy. I want to find the origin of that art.
Yeah, fuck.
See what the story behind that is, yeah.
And fascination. A white person would have been a rare and scary sight indeed for a rural fisherman. Probably along the lines of seeing an alien today, now that I think about it.
Hey now. Alright, we're crossing some lines, man. I'm joking.
We know the whites are scary.
The whites. The aliens.
Not Colgate.
Oh, speaking of whites.
Speaking of whites.
Zimmalate?
Oh, puppy.
This. Alright.
Ad. Yeah.
No, yeah, the music in this ad annoys the shit out of me.
Natural Zimmel. The easy to digest
Never a pain in the gut.
Are they,
Due to the closed borders, information of other countries was incredibly scant, and often wrong.
Ooh.
Hence the idea held
I'll
by
write that down.
Bakken
Thank
that
you.
America had princesses and kings. It would only be around 50 years after the hollow ship incident that this isolation would be forcefully broken by American Commodore Matthew Perry. Living in such a society,
Matthew Perry?
one can see why the hollow ship incident might have
Jesus.
caused such a stir. It seems possible that simply some random female adventurer from Russia or America
Would
could
you
be to
call her an
blame for this supposed
adventurer?
mysterious incident.
She
But
sounds
even
like she was
so,
kinda
the story
trapped.
has other problems. The story is likely fake. The hollow ship story has been examined and dissected by numerous historians who have poked many holes in the story's
Stream's been good.
credibility.
It's been
The
watching
exact
some
location of the event is much contested.
videos, interesting
The
videos.
details in both the 1825 and
Hi,
1844
Sophie, how are
versions
you?
are unmistakably
Welcome in.
contradictory. Nonetheless, many have attempted to locate it. The beach described as Haratonahama or Harayadori would have
Hello.
rested on the Pacific Ocean on the eastern border of the Hitachi state. The 1825 telling says that this particular stretch of beach, where the woman was brought to shore, was owned by Ogusawa Ichuno no Kami, while the 1844 claims the beach belonged to Ogusawa Izumi, relatives of the same family but unmistakably different individuals. Tokugawa government records
record
are
keeping
quite
in Japan
reliable
must have
and
been something
detailed, as
else.
most historians
Yeah,
agree,
they know
so we should
things,
be able to
like,
look for
down to
evidence to confirm
detail.
this information
Yeah.
and see which one is right. Cross-confirming these names with historical government records of the period reveals something interesting.
Also, feel free to join Rat Chat! Exclamation
Oh, yeah.
mark join.
Yeah, we get some-
if you want to be in the little rats in front of us.
Get some warmth by the fire.
It's some
Cold out there.
warmth. Yeah, their bones are a bit
Rattling.
rattling bones.
Yeah.
There we go. They
I
have,
don't know
like-
where it appeared.
I don't know where you
Almost.
got. Yeah. Where...
Oh, the little pink rat on the right.
Oh, pink
Yeah,
rat. So cute.
As it turns out, Izumi had no territory in the Hitachi state in 1803 or any other period, while his relative Ichino no Kami did have holdings, 3 territories, in the Hitachi state in 1803.
Ray
So it
jump
appears the
scare.
1844 telling is likely mistaken. But it gets a little weirder. The 3 territories he owned in 1803 are not on the Pacific Ocean. They're inland, meaning they have no beaches for a woman to wash up on. Digging deeper reveals that no beach or place by the names given appear on any geological map of the Hitachi state in the Tokugawa period, or after.
If you are subbed and don't have a
It is
crown,
even absent
sorry,
in the
it's a bit
famous
bugged
and incredibly
sometimes.
detailed Japanese Geographical Dictionary released in 1907. The lack of
gotta go
evidence
into
to
the
corroborate the
follow-up
story's
bit
location
sometimes.
leads to the most
Yeah.
likely conclusion being that the named beaches are imaginary,
cow
a
was
fictional
like, there's a few of
location
them
made
with
up by
crowns, but
someone,
it's like,
most
why
likely
does
the authors.
Hydra have a crown?
Furthermore, the late Tokugawa government is by no means bad
should
at
give them lots of
recording
sword as
legal
well.
breakings of its border.
Oh yeah, that would be
We
sick.
find absolutely no contemporary mention of such a landing in government records, which is odd, as almost always such contacts with outsiders would be
I just wanna
recorded.
dress up the rats.
For instance, in 1824, just a mere 20 years after, 2 British whaling ships arrived in Otsuhama, in the Hitachi state, and this incident can be found in an official Tokugawa document that belonged to the shogunate, and survives for us to read. This location of Otsuhama was and is a real location, and can be easily found in geographical maps of the era. It is ridiculous to believe that such details of such importance could have vanished entirely so quickly and rapidly. Hitachi is also incredibly close to Edo, the capital, so hiding such a landing seems unlikely. No, it seems that the event was completely made up. The authors of the 3 books appear to have cleverly crafted locations and persons both real and imaginary together to lend credibility to the story, making it difficult for investigators to outright disprove or verify the stories. A common tactic of April Fool's
Rat
jokes.
Kings or
Other
King
aspects
Rat?
of the books stinks of
What is that?
fabrication.
That
the old
messed
man
up
recorded in
thing
Bakken's
called?
The
It's called a
Curious
Rat
Case.
King?
Rat
Or
King.
King Rat?
Rat King.
Rat King. Yeah.
Is it Rat King? Yeah.
Rat King.
Like where rats get tangled together?
They're all tangled.
Yeah, that's freaky.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rat Kings, Rat Kings. The thing that every time I hear Rat King, I also think of Fatbergs. I don't know why.
Oh,
What?
Yeah. No,
I
yeah,
think I learned about them in the same period of time.
Sentence.
Yeah. I learned that Rat Kings are a thing, and then I learned Fatbergs were a thing. Both fucking gross.
I have a name. Sorry.
No, sorry, no.
It's just like it's fucked up that like they're from like a giant amount of like grease and oil being poured into
And
like
baby wipes.
and baby
Yeah.
wipes being poured into like the sewerage, right? And then
Oh.
just turning into this giant clump of disgustingness that people have to go down and clear. They have to clear it because it clogs up the fucking sewers.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
Don't flush that shit, and don't put oil down your drains.
Yeah,
I
that's
know,
bad.
it's so bad.
Anyway, yeah, I know it's a random ass thought, but I just remembered that existed.
It's like fatbergs.
Fatbergs.
Mm.
Spooky.
Fascinating, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Humans, man.
humans, man.
I also love the mystery of like the infrastructure underneath us, like what tunnels sort of lie beneath.
I want to
Yeah.
do a whole thing on like the catacombs under Paris.
Oh,
That shit.
wow.
You know,
Yeah.
apparently Jake was saying, I think he knows a bit more about this, but like Nazis went down there and they got lost and they never were found again during World War II.
Whoa.
That's
Yeah.
God, could you imagine exploring and finding Nazi bodies?
Underneath
What the
Paris.
fuck?
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Yeah. 'Cause they were into some weird shit. They're into like
Mm.
supernatural things. Well,
Occult stuff. Yeah.
cult stuff. Anyway, that's that. The fact that there are catacombs underneath like major cities that no one knows leads what or
bodies,
where,
like underneath.
wild to me.
Did you hear about?
As if we
There's
need
a
to-
Oh shit! I'm sorry. I think it's a Greek town, or I don't know. It's some European town, but yeah, someone was doing renovations, and they were doing some jackhammering, and it went through a wall, and they pretty much uncovered like a town twice the size of the actual town underground.
Oh shit!
Like just tunnels and tunnels and tunnels of like.
Was that Malta? Because I think something like
It
that
might
happened.
have been Malta. Yeah.
What are Malta? Around tunnels. I heard about that.
And apparently it's really common in like old like Roman cities and yeah. Well,
yeah,
cities that
don't
used to be Roman, I mean. Like
Don't
yeah.
that's like a genuine thing, and I think in England as well, even like when
Yeah.
people excavate their backyards and stuff, like there's a
Mm.
chance that they're just gonna find.
It was a
like,
renovation
old
thing.
buildings. Like old New York in Futurama.
Oh yeah, pretty much. Oh wait. Oh yeah, no. New York and New York.
New New
okay, I'm
York.
gonna
Yeah, there you
yeah,
go.
New York.
Yeah, New York, New York.
Yeah.
I remember seeing these videos and now I can't find it.
Man, Joe Rogan's coming up
It's
a
still
lot.
popping up.
Oh no.
I'll try to find out. I don't know if it was the Malta one, but I'm sure it's. Yeah, I've heard of the one. Yeah.
What is this?
Tunnel City.
Oh god, it's in Maltese.
Oh, it was Turkey. Is the one that I saw.
It was in Turkey?
Yeah,
Holy-
but I'm sure Europe is just full of them. Wi-Fi's did a video on it.
Introducing Google Pixel.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Look at
yeah.
that. Alright, I'm gonna have a quick look through this and then we'll
Oh. Nom, nom, nom.
Yeah, I saw one like a guy was doing like a renovation in his house and then knocked down like a wall into a underground tunnel in Malta. That's like one of the ones that I found. An old one.
Mm.
In Germany.
Old Seattle. I'm gonna check that out, Koji.
World War II bombs. Oh my gosh.
Esatto. Facili. Esatto.
Old Roman bathhouses in English backyards.
That's wild.
Yeah.
What am I looking up? Turkey?
Oh yeah, Y-Files, and then just Y-Files basement, because
my
that is
God,
just in the
Seattle?
title.
Oh, we need to do a weird world on abandoned spaces, and we can do Seattle
What the
underground.
fuck? It's none of these. Hang on, right? There it is. That is there. Yeah, Y-Files on like
A man from
underground
Derry-
stuff. Yeah.
This is the guy that I used for one of the podcasts today. I like his fish.
Kuyu
And he's really good at.
province of Turkey.
No, let's watch the video.
Sorry. Yeah.
I was just gonna say he's really good at also debunking stuff towards the end of the video as well. Like he's skeptical about stuff. He doesn't just
Here's who I learned that the that photo of him wasn't real, of Paul.
Oh.
Yeah.
It turned out to be very valuable.
Yeah, it's weird. New Zealand guy, but yeah, I'll play this.
Oh gosh.
I go to bed soon.
He was renovating his
I'll be up to
basement.
this.
Using only a sledgehammer, he broke through one of his walls. He felt cool air coming in from the other side. When the hole was large enough to squeeze through, he decided to investigate. And inside, he found a small room-sized cave. And at first, he was excited. This could save him a lot of work. This area of Turkey has a complex cave system, so he thought he accidentally stumbled into one. He didn't. When he turned on his flashlight, he saw writing on the walls.
Oh, God.
Roman, Greek, and languages he didn't recognize.
That's
that
wild.
first small room was only the beginning. Let's find out why.
Oh, forgotten railways are so interesting.
Flashlight in hand, he followed the narrow stone hallway. At first glance, this looked like a natural cave formation, but upon closer inspection, he wasn't so sure. The stone ceiling was rough, like you'd expect to see in a cave, but the walls were smooth. Over hundreds or thousands of years, an underground river could have eroded away the stone, but there was something eerie about this place. It was as if he could feel a human presence.
I hate
the hallway
it.
continued for some ways, eventually spilling into
He's
a
really
large
good at presenting
room that could
stories.
fit dozens of people. And from here, he found a system of passageways, and here and there were more small rooms, and some looked like storage areas, with crevices that could have acted as shelves. And around every corner, he found more rooms. First, he thought this was some kind of hideout, but it was just too big. Nobody could have built this. So after exploring a few hours, he thought he finally reached the end of the structure. But after making a sharp turn, he saw actual carved stairs, which led down even further into the darkness.
No fucking
If
way!
there was any question before,
No!
now it was clear. This wasn't a natural structure. It was built by people, but it was too massive for him to explore on his own. So when he made it back through the hole in his basement wall, he called the Turkish authorities and described to them what he'd found. They told him he was describing the myth of the hidden city of Derinkuyu. And the man knew the story well. He'd heard it since he was a boy. The myth of Derinkuyu talked of an ancient city which provided refuge to every citizen in the area, built thousands of years ago, hidden beneath the surface. He knew the myth of Derinkuyu very well. He then said, "Sir, with all due respect, it's not a myth."
Okay, when?
Derinkuyu is in the Cappadocia region of
When
central
were
Turkey.
these people forced underground?
I don't know. Are there many volcanoes in Turkey?
Or is it like a war thing?
Maybe.
Like a recent war, like a World War
like
II
how
thing,
old is
or
this?
like...
Oh no, this is
Or is it-
ancient.
Well, if
no,
it's
this is-
ancient, is it the fucking thing that pushed all the civilizations underground?
I think it's
the
probably
thing
after
you were
that.
talking about.
After,
Maybe,
is it
yeah,
after that, or
I don't know. Actually, I got no idea. But not much survives anything before the what is it? What is something Dryas?
The
Younger Dryas, yeah.
the Younger Dryas. Is that?
But maybe
is this a Younger Dryas too?
Everything's coming back.
Maybe.
All linking together. I
Yeah.
feel like I get
Aliens.
the red string, and we're just like.
We're just pulling it.
I'm gonna get my audio on, but I will play.
Which has very distinct geology. Millions of years ago, volcanoes covered
there
the
we go.
area.
Volcano.
There we
When
go.
ash is ejected during a volcanic eruption, it solidifies into a type of rock called tuff. And tuff is a relatively soft and porous rock found all over the region.
Why the hell did they name soft rock tough?
Well, it comes from the Latin word tophus, meaning sandstone.
A lousy name for marketing. They should have named it something like a mushy rock or easy chisel.
We're not selling the stuff.
Everything is for sale, my friend.
May I continue?
No, by all means.
No,
Because
no.
tuff is so pliable.
Easy chisel.
It's been used for
Some people love him,
construction
some
since
people hate him.
ancient
I don't know.
times.
No,
Romans used it
if
all
he
over
was
the
like, I
empire.
thought that was
And the
Zen for a
statues on
second.
Easter Island
Oh,
are
okay.
also made of
Oh,
tuff.
no.
So it's not
Not me.
surprising that people in Turkey
Oh,
have been
jeez.
building with this material since prehistory. But rather than mine the stone and build up, the
I
people
thought you were
in
joking
Derinkuyu
about
built
that,
down.
guys. I didn't realize
There are
you
hundreds of
you didn't know.
subterranean houses in Cappadocia, and some even go down 2 stories. But there's nothing quite like Derinkuyu. The underground city of Derinkuyu goes down over 250 feet. In the first few years of exploration, experts went 18 stories down, and since then, 2 more levels have been discovered.
18 stories.
It might go down even further. Archaeologists are still excavating. The total area of the city discovered
Yeah,
is 5
yeah.
square miles, or 13
This is one of his
square
episodes
miles,
that's like straight up
and
real.
housed over 22,000 people. The upper floors were used as apartments closest to the fresh air. But Derinkuyu has a complex system of over 16,000 ventilation shafts that allow air to circulate through every room in the city. It also has a fresh water supply. At the lowest levels of Derinkuyu is a series of underwater rivers, and wells were centrally located to bring water to the entire city.
The games?
In fact, people living on the surface above Derinkuyu have been using wells originally intended for the underground city. They just didn't realize what was
Imagine if you
underneath them.
found
Incidentally,
people living down there that
Derinkuyu
hadn't
is
seen the
Turkish
sun.
for
Oh my
deep
god,
well.
no.
Tough,
I feel
not
like
so much.
Yeah.
that's like the Skyrim, the elves that are got driven into the
Oh,
caves.
yeah.
The Thalmor?
The Dwemer. Oh, no, the Falmer, you're right. Yeah,
Thalmor?
the
Yeah.
Falmer, yeah.
They're like blind and really like translucent looking. Like, yeah. They're kind of scary. And they react based on sound.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah, chase after.
that sounds scary.
Get past the names, pal.
Yeah.
The tunnels seem to go on forever. To walk from one end of Derinkuyu to the other is a 7-kilometer walk, or 4 miles of
Fucking
tunnels.
hell.
As you move further down the structure, you'll find
Yeah, it's
areas
2
that
a.m.
meet every need of a
Cal.
self-contained
2
city.
a.m.
There are
We might
dining
wrap up
halls,
soon, I
churches,
think.
schools.
Yeah.
There are rooms for pressing and storing olive oil. There are markets, bakeries, wineries, libraries,
crazy.
and storage for vast amounts of food.
I think this
A
is
few
footage
more
as well.
levels down are areas for
Like the
keeping
videos
livestock
he was showing.
and stables for horses. There are areas for butchering,
For
curing, and
horses,
storing
what?
meat. Thousands of people could survive for a
Fucking
very long
hell.
time.
Horses under the ground?
The horses down.
It's like,
Is that what they said?
Cave horses.
yeah. I think
Cave
there
horse?
are large entrances to this place that have just been covered up, but there are like quite large yeah. Yeah.
Peter. Peter,
The horse is here.
here. Peter.
No.
The horse is here.
No. Okay, let's continue.
The underground. But who would build a giant subterranean city? And why?
Not me.
Not me.
Getting this removed.
Oh no,
I'm
more
so excited
ads.
to be partnering with Removery to
Tattoo removal.
The land in the Cappadocia region of Turkey is extremely fertile, ideal for farming, so why go through the trouble of building such an elaborate underground city? Well, most archaeologists agree that Derinkuyu was built for protection. But it's more than a bunker, it's an underground fortress.
Yeah,
There
from
are
what?
about 60 surface entrances to Derinkuyu, and these doors are
younger
hidden in
Jaya.
buildings and courtyards and parks all over the
What?
town. But when the doors are closed, they're just part of the landscape, and there was only a single main entrance into the city. And when under attack, residents would retreat underground using one of the many hidden doors. And the doorways were protected by massive circular stones
Wow.
that could retract and could only be opened from the inside.
Oh.
And these doors
that's so
weighed
clever.
1,000 pounds each or more. And the main gate was even heavier. The access tunnels at the surface are very narrow, requiring people to enter single file. And this was intentional. It would force invaders into choke points to make the city easier to defend. And most levels had armories to allow soldiers and citizens easy access to weapons. Even the local militia had dedicated stables to maintain horses for a small cavalry. They could ride out through a secret exit and take invaders by surprise. And Derinkuyu's multi-level cave system wasn't designed randomly. It was well thought out. All of the city's
Can't
levels are
believe that they
interconnected,
fucking
but they could
carved that
individually
out.
be sealed off from one another,
I know it was
preventing
solid
enemies from
rock,
going
but,
any
like-
further into the structure or sealing them in. Even the water supply was designed with defense in mind. It could only be controlled by the bottom up. So if invaders breached the upper levels, their water would be cut off. And this system helped prevent the water supply from being poisoned. And as a last resort, there were dozens of hidden passageways that led out of Derinkuyu. and a passageway that leads to Kaimakli, another underground city that is about 4 miles away. And you can travel there completely underground.
Is that one a big city too?
Well, Kaimakli is still being excavated, but some say it may turn out to be even bigger than Derinkuyu. It's thought that there could be an entire series of interconnected cities all around this area, completely underground. So we know why this huge subterranean city was built. But who built it? Well, that's where there's some disagreement. But we do have some clues.
He does grow on you, Cal. I had the same feeling when I first watched him, but maybe
So who
not.
built
People have
Derinkuyu?
tastes. I don't know.
Well, the structure is made of stone, so carbon dating is no help. But there are a few theories. Some
Oh.
believe construction started
Okay.
with the Hittites
Maybe,
between 3 and
yeah.
4,000 years ago. And a few Hittite artifacts have been recovered, which make this case. The Anatolian Hittites controlled a large portion of Asia Minor, reaching all the way to Upper Mesopotamia. And Cappadocia and
horse is
Derinkuyu
built it.
were right in the middle of Hittite territory.
What's up?
And this region of Turkey was a
horse
main
is
corridor
built
for
it.
trade. So in the ancient world, whoever controlled the trade routes would be able to impose their will on the entire region.
Location, location, location.
That's right. This was very desirable real estate.
I like
And
the
Hittite
fish.
cities were under constant attack from outside forces. An underground fortress would have been very useful to protect this land and its people. And the Hittites had enemies on all sides. They were constantly at war with the Assyrians, the Thracians, and of course the Egyptians. And the people that gave the Hittites a lot of
did the
trouble
Assyrians
and may
live?
even have been responsible for their eventual demise were the Phrygians. And the Phrygians inhabited central western Anatolia in ancient times and were related to the Greeks. We all know the story
7th
of the
century
Midas touch.
BC.
The muffler guy?
No,
Jesus.
Midas was a Phrygian
14th
king
century
who, according
BC
to
potentially.
legend, could turn anything into gold.
I think he also invented the muffler.
He didn't. Some believe the Phrygians constructed or at least expanded and improved the city of Derinkuyu. And the Phrygian people were talented engineers and architects, and they undertook large, complex
love
building
Yoga
projects
Gabba.
all over their
Broby was
territory.
my jam. I
Considered
love
some of the
Broby.
greatest builders of the
You
Iron
did like
Age,
Yoga
the
Gabba
Phrygians
Gabba?
had the
I
skill,
love
knowledge, and
Broby.
ingenuity
Like
to create
Broby,
an
like
elaborate
Disney,
subterranean city.
serotonin. I
Several
don't
of the
care about
rooms in
that stuff.
Derinkuyu
But
have been
Broby,
determined to
like,
be
has a
ancient
special place in
chapels.
my heart.
And on the chapel walls are inscriptions written in Greek. Now, the Hittites wouldn't do this, but the Phrygians would, and they controlled the area until about the 6th century BC when they were conquered by the Persians. There are even written records that may support this. Xenophon of Athens wrote Anabasis in 370 BC, documenting a Greek army expedition to Persia.
We can
He
also wrap up
mentions
if we're
a
done.
people in
I think the,
Anatolia and Cappadocia
How long is
who
it?
lived underground in
watched
dwellings
the rest of
large
it?
enough for entire
Yeah.
families. Now, though they didn't build Derinkuyu, early Christians occupied it in the 1st century AD. Within the complex are several Christian churches, and there are Christian
They're all pretty
symbols and
cute.
writing all over the upper floors. They also added vaulted ceilings and other structural
These
features
look a lot
found
like
in
the
Christian
catacombs that I
architecture.
went into in Malta.
Derinkuyu was a place for
Really?
Christians
Oh, yeah?
to hide from Roman soldiers and practice
We
their
should do
faith
another-
in
we should
secret,
do the
avoiding
ones in Malta as
persecution
well.
from the Roman Empire.
I can't find
During
much
the
info
Arabs
about it, but I'll
Byzantine
have a
wars
look.
from 780 to 1180, Muslim Arabs used Derinkuyu. They also expanded the structure and inscribed the walls. Now, there's no consensus on who built Derinkuyu, but its role in history is undisputed. It was a shelter from attacking armies, refuge from raiding tribes, and sanctuary to the faithful who feared religious persecution.
I wanna
like
dig a
to
tunnel.
think that if the first builders
Dig
knew
a
how many
tunnel under
thousands
our
of people
Yeah.
used this city
under
to
our
protect their
house.
faith and their families, those builders would be proud. Derinkuyu is an
underground
important
makes me
discovery,
scared.
and I hope it inspires others to
Yeah.
explore. Undiscovered
I think
secrets
natural
are all
underground
around
scares me,
us,
but as long as it's
sometimes the
reinforced,
walls that
I'm
obscure
happy.
the truth are miles
Yeah.
thick, but
That's
other
true.
times they're paper thin. But whether by
There's a dude in the
innovation,
US who just, like,
persistence,
decided to build
or
his
sheer
own tunnel.
luck, those walls
In his
can
backyard.
be breached.
Where
It's
did
at
it
that
go?
point that a
I can't
wardrobe
remember.
becomes a
I
gateway
think it was
to
pretty big
Narnia.
though.
Platform 9 3/4 opens up a world of magic, and a few inches of stone in a humble Turkish basement reveals an ancient underground city.
It's so
I
insane that
encourage you
he,
to break
like-
down these walls wherever you find them, whether it's a literal wall, as in
It's
this
just a
story,
wall.
or a
Someone
wall
built
in
that
your
fucking
mind
wall
holding
to
you back
begin
from an
with,
adventure.
right?
Yeah.
Break down that wall.
Someone knew
You
that.
never know what hidden world
Yeah.
you might discover.
Like half the people knew, half of them didn't know
Thanks
that
so
that
much.
existed, I feel.
What's scarier, underground tunnels or deep ocean? Deep ocean.
Deep ocean.
Deep ocean, yeah.
Yeah. Ocean's pretty fucked. I want to do a deep ocean one too,
Oh
where we
yeah,
just talk
I
about
find it
ocean
so
stuff.
fascinating.
Because yeah.
Same Vondergeist. Give me a shovel on the beach. Oh, that's a good time.
Give you a shovel. Break my walls, okay. Yeah, bust down them walls in your basement.
Bust down them walls in your heart.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired too. I can't believe we
Same.
made it till 2. That's wild. We did
It
well.
went really quick.
It's
Yeah.
like a 4-hour stream.
Yeah, for sure. If you guys got any other theories and stuff that you want to talk about, post it in the Discord for sure.
We need like a weird world or a weird chat or something.
Oh yeah, it's weird that we don't have one. We'll make one. I'll make a weird chat for the... Y'all can talk about it. It was fun. Thank you all for joining us, little rat chats. How you? Thank you so much, little rats.
Little rats.
Real quick,
Rats.
would we like to make our RTD cost 1 point? Or do we just wrap up?
To round it off.
To do the randomize?
Can we get more random?
We'll get one more random. And then
One
we'll
more random. I'm gonna put the weird world on the background. Just for aesthetic, you know?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Alright, RTD's now 1.
Yeah.
You can post away.
What the hell did I just do?
You got it. You can also adjust the RTD rate, Ray, if you wanted to.
Oh, do you want me to?
Yeah, maybe make it like 100. It'll go up really quick.
Oh, I think they're doing it.
Oh, they're gonna do
They're
it.
typing.
Okay. I'll help.
Oh god,
Squeak,
what's
squeak.
happening? What's wrong with my screen? It went black for a second.
Well, you hit space.
What the? Oh, I did hit space. What happened just as the fucking theme played?
Doing it past.
Oh, why can't I spell squeak?
Wow.
Stay hydrated.
Oh god.
Drink your water.
Your water. Speak, rats. Spook.
Spook. Thank you for joining, everybody. It was really fun.
Thank you, Johnny, for joining as well, Matt.
Yeah,
Oh,
thanks
no, that's
for
all good.
joining. Oh my
I'll be down
god.
for more weird
We're
words in the future.
little.
We're little.
We're so small.
Time to kiss the
chair.
rats.
Yeah, we'll get. Oh my god.
Oh, I get up. There we go.
Thank you, little rats.
Okay, kiss. Mwah.
Mwah.
Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.
Kiss all of you. Kiss,
Mwah.
kiss you all. Mwah.
Little kiss for. Oh, that's me. Little
Rats
kiss for me.
attack!
Rat.
No!
No.
No! Mwah.
Mwah. Mwah.
Alrighty.
XOXO. Gossip Girl. I don't know how to turn myself around. Rat violence?
Rat violence.
Oh, I love hearts. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know about rating and stuff. I feel like
it's so late.
everyone's probably asleep
Yeah.
though. Oh, the wave works.
Oh,
It does when you're standing up. It doesn't work if you're sitting down.
Oh, nice. So my turgle.
I will check it out. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. If y'all are in the Discord, feel free to join the Discord, and you also find us on our other socials: Twitter, YouTube, TikTok. We'll let you know when we do another Weird World as well.
Light and loaded.
There's our socials.
Keep it light and loaded, chat.
Light and loaded.
Oh yeah, nothing heavy.
And heavy.
Is that what you're
What we're
saying?
talking about?
Oh no, I'm saying for the Springville farm, but that is actually.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah.
Good
If
point.
conspiracy theories get too heavy, they're a bit
crimey.
Yeah.
I do like a little bit of crime though, just a little bit.
A little bit. We'll make a chat for y'all. 50% less sugar.
50% less sugar. All right. Well,
Right.
this is the last stream for the week, so we'll see you next week.
Yeah, we'll be
See you
putting
next
a
week.
schedule up on Sunday. Yeah.
So thank you for joining, and enjoy the rest of your day or night or wherever you are.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you next
Bye,
time.
everyone.
Bye.
Thanks again.
everyone.
Bye.